Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the City of Santa Clara Council and Authorities concurrent meeting. So I'm going to call this meeting to order. Roll call, Assistant City Clerk.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Present.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Here.
Councilmember Shahal.
Present.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have one item for closed session, and before we convene, is there any member of the public that would like to speak on anything regarding closed session? Do we have any members of the public here? No one online? Okay, we're going to adjourn to closed session. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome back to the Santa Clara City Council meeting. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with the strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so that we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Madam Mayor, may I read the announcement?
Yes, please.
AB 23 announcement. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude, and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation.
Thank you, Assistant City Clerk. I'm going to remove my mask now so you can hear me a little bit better. So good afternoon and welcome to today's City Council meeting. The City of Santa Clara continues to take unprecedented steps as we comply with the County of Santa Clara's Public Health Department's order and guidance to prevent the slow the spread of COVID-19, including the following of social distancing protocol and the use of face coverings. For today's meeting, the city is implementing a Zoom feature to allow public participation from the safety of your own home. Members of the public can join via the link or call into the Zoom meeting displayed on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is being presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are items that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower each hand to ensure the members of the public are requesting to speak under the appropriate agenda item. You may also submit your comments on the e-comment feature available on the Santa Clara Legistar page or via publiccomment@santaclaraca.gov. And the comments will be read into the record. Our city cafeteria is open for members of the public, so they have an opportunity to speak if you do come down to City Hall. We have also implemented strict social distancing measures in the cafeteria as well. In addition to social distancing, all of us in city government have been practicing frequent hand washing and environmental cleansing, as the public health community has frequently reminded us to do. So I want to thank all Santa Clarans for your efforts in following the various serious steps we are all taking as we shelter in place and only conduct essential activities that are critical for the health and safety of our community. This evening, I want to just point out that with me, I have the pleasure of having Vice Mayor Karen Hardy, who's also here. And as you can see, I have my face mask down, but we're also very, very far apart. Anyone here at City Hall, at least 6 feet apart, and we're social distanced. So welcome, Vice Mayor, to the meeting this evening. So we're going to start by reports of actions taken in closed session. City Attorney?
Thank you, Mayor. Council took no reportable action in closed session.
Nope. Okay, thank you. So next we have continuances or exceptions. Is there anyone that would like to ask for continuance or any exception to the agenda? Okay. There's one thing I was going to ask for. There's one item that would be under council reports, and it's an issuance of a commendation. I'm going to ask that that be moved up after item 1B. It's a short presentation because it's very time sensitive. There's a September 6th item. So if the council's okay with that, I'd like to just move one under council reports up into public, up until after the recognition.
So moved.
I don't really, is it just okay? I don't think we need to vote on that. Thank you, though, Councilmember Davis. So we're going to start with our first special order of business. And I am pleased to say that I would like to announce that the month of September will be Community Preparedness Month. It's never meant more than it has at this September of 2020. National Preparedness Month was launched in 2004 as part of FEMA's Ready campaign. September was chosen in commemoration of the tragedies of September 11, 2001, and as a reminder that our community needs to be prepared for all types of emergencies. At this time, I'd like to invite Chief Emergency Services Officer Lisa Schoenthal to comment on Zoom. Lisa?
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore and council members. Thank you also to our Director of Emergency Services, City Manager Santana, for highlighting the importance of emergency preparedness for our community. As you know, this is the third consecutive year Council has proclaimed September as Community Preparedness Month. The past 2 years, I spoke about the need for the community to be prepared for all hazards, not just earthquakes. And as you alluded, I don't think I need to emphasize that this year. So I just thank you very much for your support and for this proclamation.
Okay, thank you. So, in honor of Community Preparedness Month, the City Council would like to present you, Lisa, with the Community Preparedness Month proclamation to the City of Santa Clara Office of Emergency Services and to you as our Emergency Services Leader. So here you are, Lisa. If you were here, we'd take a picture with you, but maybe we can get that on Zoom. So thank you very much, Lisa, and thank you for all of your good work and your staff as well. We really couldn't get through all of this without you and your staff. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your support. It looks beautiful.
It is, I guarantee it. Okay. All right. So next, we have our next special order of business is recognition of outstanding community service by the local business Water Spring. And so this particular individual and business was brought to me by one of our city residents who also happens to be, I think he is now the new principal of Cabrillo Middle School, Terry Flora. Terry, I hope you're on the line, Terry. Yes, could you, let's unmute him. Hello, Terry, are you with us? You're unmute, Terry.
Hi.
Oh, hi, Terry.
Mayor Gilmore, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you so much for joining us. Before I go into the comments I'd like to make about Mr. Sawyer, I was hoping that Sawyer Schaefer, I was hoping that you would tell me why you actually spoke to me about honoring this fine gentleman and his work during the pandemic in our community. I was hoping you could say a few words, Terry, about him.
Yeah, not a problem. So Sawyer Schaefer is the owner of Water Spring on Mariposa Road in the Mariposa Shopping Center. Sorry, Water Spring on Homestead Road in the Mariposa Shopping Center. And he is someone who deserves recognition for his services to Santa Clarans during this pandemic. He has been providing pure water to thousands of Santa Clarans since 1997. The community relies on his store and services throughout the year, but even more so during tough times like we are in. He was there serving Santa Clarans during the first shelter in place back in March. He had a consistent line of customers 6 feet apart that stretched almost 100 yards. He stayed open until he served every customer in line. He wore his N95 mask, kept the store sanitary, and carried the full water bottles out to the cars of nearly every customer. This process went on for many days until former employees came back to give him a day off. He has been a source of consistency for Santa Clara since 1997 during the Y2K scare and especially throughout this pandemic. He is someone who never seeks recognition, which is why I'd like to suggest honoring him for his services during the pandemic as a local hero. Thank you for your time with this.
Thank you, Terry, and thank you for bringing Mr. Schaefer to our attention. So I'm so honored to recognize the amazing dedication to the community by our local business owner, Sawyer Schaefer. Since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, Mr. Schaefer, owner of Water Spring in the Mariposa Shopping Center on Homestead Road, as you've heard, has worked tirelessly to ensure the community has access to clean and safe drinking water. Mr. Schaefer often kept his business open long after daily closing to serve his customers, and I think that's what really struck me about this individual, that he personally went above and beyond to fill the needs of the community during this emergency, and that's just such an example of a wonderful community partner that we have. He served and continues to serve the community in true Santa Clara spirit, and for that, it's my great honor to present Mr. Sawyer Schaefer with this certificate of special mayoral recognition and thank him for services to the community. And I believe, here we go. Mr. Schaefer will make sure that you get this, but I believe Mr. Schaefer is joining us virtually this evening, and I would like to ask him if he'd like to say a few words. Are you on, Mr. Schaefer?
Yes, I'm here. I really want to appreciate you guys recognizing not only me but my employees' hard work, because we've really put a plan in place and just really tried to make sure everybody's safe and it's just really humbling to get recognition for it, because we've all worked hard. I mean, some of my guys work 10 hours more past their 40-hour weeks to get everybody's I just really appreciate you guys recognizing us. I've been doing this for 30 years in Santa Clara, so I want to say that I really appreciate you guys recognizing us too. So.
Well, you're no longer anonymous. You're going to be out there now. The word is out. What a great community partner you are. So thank you so much. Is there any member of the public, of the city council? Well, let's give a round of applause first. Yay.
Yeah.
Woo!
Any member of the council
Thank you very much.
like to say something?
Yeah.
Oh, Councilmember
Mayor?
Davis.
Mr. Schaefer, my husband Bill and I have been customers of yours for the last 18 years, and you
Yeah.
have an excellent staff, and we want to thank you for everything that you do for the community, and this commendation is very well deserved of you. So thank you for being a community builder.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Debbie.
Thank you, Terry Flora, for bringing Mr. Schaefer to all of our attention so that we can honor him this evening. And Mr. Schaefer will make sure that you get this. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Thanks, Lisa.
Thank you. Okay, the next special order of business, I ask that we pull this up from the City Council reports, and I believe it's Councilmember Watanabe. You wanted to bring this forward for the Jakara movement. Did you want to speak about it first, Kathy?
Yes, Mayor. I thank you for the opportunity, and I want to thank the staff and the city attorney for allowing this item to be placed to be brought forward under this item, special order of business. I received an email mid-afternoon yesterday and from Ragini Kaur, and I know she's on the line and listening right now. She lives in Santa Clara, and she sent a request asking if the city council would honor a human rights activist and proclaim this Sunday, September 6th, as Jaswant Singh Cholera Day. And so as Ragini told me, she's a member of the Jakara movement, which is a grassroots community building organization. And they are forging a Gurmat-inspired generation through creative leadership development, community organizing, and social activism. And they believe a world of engaged communities, strong families, and healthy individuals and inspired youth is possible. So what Ragini asked is that if we could have the city of Santa Clara proclaim a Jaswant Singh Cholera Day this coming Sunday, because it will actually, this Sunday will be 25 years ago that Jaswant Singh Cholera was kidnapped and murdered by the Indian government, and police officials were for merely documenting the disappearance of his friends and thousands of Sikhs in the region. And he is considered a huge human rights figure in the community and beyond. There are cities across the world that are proclaiming this coming Sunday as Jaswant Singh Cholera Day. And this is a great opportunity for the Sikh community of Santa Clara to shine throughout our great state of California and beyond. So I know that they really appreciate the opportunity that we were able to get this on the agenda so quickly. And I will turn it back over to you, Mayor. I know you have the mayoral recognition. I don't know if you want to read it, or maybe Ragini would like to say something as well. So I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. And I believe, is Ms. Kaur on the line? If she is, we'd like to let her speak. If she'd like to speak, Ms. Kaur? Ragini Kaur?
Yes, I am on.
There you are. Yes, welcome. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, Mayor, and hello to all council members. Thank you so much for putting this on your agenda on such short notice. And, we really appreciate it. I personally appreciate it that, a human rights activist like Jaswant Singh Cholera is being recognized. And, so many bodies are still not, it's because of him we're able to learn about so many disappearances and, unite families and let them know what's been happening with their family members who have disappeared out of nowhere. So I really appreciate it from the bottom of my heart that you guys have, are proclaiming it for the city of Santa Clara. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to read, it's a certificate of mayoral recognition in honor of Jaswant Singh Cholera Day, celebrated annually on September 6th, a date recognized by human rights activists around the world in commemoration of Jaswant Singh Cholera's legacy and fearless advocacy for human rights for all people. So I'm going to show this now, and we'll make sure that you get that right away, and for the commemoration this Sunday on the 6th. And thank you, Councilmember Watanabe, for bringing that forward.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ragini.
Thank you. Okay, the next item we have is a verbal report from our city manager regarding the COVID-19 pandemic and presentation of the Healthy Meals CPOD video. We've been waiting for this for a while to see this. Welcome. Welcome,
Thank you,
Cynthia.
Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. First of all, happy September. It's hard to believe that we are already in September. I have a multi-part presentation tonight. I just want to start that the status update of the state of the COVID-19 emergency is provided for council review per Government Code Section 8630. The first thing I want to do is welcome home our police and fire personnel from the mutual aid assistance we provided last week and the week before on multiple fires. We are grateful that they are coming home safely this week. I also want to acknowledge that this week wraps up the annual cleanup campaign, which has been occurring for the last few weeks. I want to thank all of our staff that supported the citywide effort, especially during the difficult time and challenging times of extreme heat, fire, smoky air, as well as COVID. I know that our residents appreciate this program and it's important to many. For today, I want to start by having us look at our CPOD video and want to take a moment to reflect on the Herculean effort of our staff to provide the healthy meals that Santa Clara program to our community. And Cynthia will provide comments after the remainder of my comments. And then we'll switch over to Lisa Schoenthal, our Chief Emergency Services Operator, who will provide the latest details of the state's new framework for the COVID-19 response called California's Blueprint for a Safer Economy. And then after Lisa's comments, I wanted to just speak a little bit to some commercial recreational inquiries for city parks and just provide some background on that request. So Cynthia, I'll just hand it over to you for some comments.
Thank you, Deanna. It's my honor. I'm Cynthia Bojorquez, Assistant City Manager with the City of Santa Clara. Good afternoon, Mayor Gilmore, Vice Mayor Hardy, and members of the council. It is my honor and pleasure today really to talk about the Healthy Meals Program and to celebrate and recognize the over 400 individuals who have put together this program and made sure that young people in our community had food over the last 20 weeks. Back on March 17th, this council ratified a local state of emergency. That Thursday, City Manager Santana called me at home and said, I'm really concerned about our young people and our seniors, and we need to get some food, and it's going to be Friday soon, and we need to make sure they have food for the weekend. And I said, great. So when do you want us to start? And she says, today. And I want it up tomorrow. So I swallowed hard and said, okay, we can do this. And so put in a bunch of calls to folks like Chris Hamilton from Levy Foods, to Ruth Shikata, Nancy Thom, and the school district, and said, what can we do? How can we give food to our seniors and to our young people? And so within 24 hours, thanks to the courtesy of the Santa Clara Firefighters Association, we served 600 meals to seniors. And in the next council meeting, I'll be back to talk about that program. But today I want to talk about the youth. And so when we started 1 week later in order to accommodate the school district's schedule. We served over 12,000 meals that first week, and we operated at 4 sites. And that was possible because we were able to partner with the school district, Levy Premium Foods, the Convention Center, and St. Justin's and Mission City. As we started to go along, we thought, okay, we've got this. We're on our path. We put it together. And then the Convention Center got converted to a federal medical center. And so we had to pivot again. And so thankfully, Santa Clara is very blessed with a number of assets, and we were able to use the Great America Kitchen. And so then we went along on a path. And then, as you know, the city, Santa Clara, was paying for the lunches at that point. And the federal government was then able to issue waivers, and the district was able to supply the food. So that was another shift in the program. And so finally, by August 6th was our last distribution, and we served over 200,000 meals in those 20 weeks. I wanted to do, in just a minute, we're going to share with you the video that we've put together. But before we do, I want to talk a little bit about the lessons learned, because there was really so many twists and turns in this project that we really had a chance to learn about what we do. The first is the can-do attitude, and I mentioned Deanna's call. That really was the spirit of Santa Clara. We're just going to get this done. Just figure it out, get it done. And that's leadership that starts from the top. And so I want to acknowledge and recognize Deanna and the council's direction for making sure that we were taking care of our vulnerable populations. The second is ask and they will come. Again, this partnership would not have happened, this program would not have happened without the generosity of the Convention Center, the Levi Premium Foods, the school district, Mission City Community Fund, and St. Justin's. And so we did ask them, and they did come. So I want to recognize Ruth Shikata, Nancy Thom, Chris Hamilton, Chef JD, Alberto, and the rest of the Convention Center crew, Chef Ponce, Mark, and Bill from Great America, and Kepner from the Mission City Community Fund. The third lesson was safety first. You all know that we were very strict about the safety protocols at the CPOD. We made everyone take 3 hours worth of training, and we were very strict about that. What we've learned is that as a result of that training and that adherence to that policy, we did not have a single COVID positive individual over the 20 weeks. That's really a tribute to the team leads who were responsible for making sure that safety was followed. And that's Jennifer Acuna, Susan Diatti, Angelique Wilson, Mary Medeiros McEnroe, Doug Abernathy, Julie Minot, Ray Castro, Lee Hagan, Paul Sims, Gail Ishido, and Robert Konvinovich. We also learned that everybody has a role to play. One of the beauties that you'll see in the video in a few minutes is that people were given opportunities to lead. Everybody had a role to play, and they played their role extremely well. They rose to the occasion, and they are so proud of the opportunity. The next lesson was communication is the key. One of the things on that first week was we were a little disappointed because we didn't have the outreach that we thought we would have. We didn't have people coming to us. And we learned early on that communication was going to be the key for us. And so we worked with the school district, we worked with our communications teams to make sure people knew the food was available and it was ready for them. So I really want to thank Lenka Wright and her communications team. I also want to thank Lisa Schoenthal, Jay Coleman, Brenda McCarthy, because they were the ones who got us the PPE. We would not have been safe if they had not gotten that for our employees. And then finally, I want to thank Ken Lee, David Noyce, and the rest of the finance team because they were the ones who put us in a position so that we can eventually get reimbursement from FEMA. Very important, very contribution. And so when we went to the CPOD, the only thing we knew for certain was that it was going to change. And so for those of you who had a chance to participate, we had briefings before the events and briefings afterwards. And people listened, they reflected, and then we improved the process. And so as the weeks went on, we became very efficient. At one point, I think Wilcox or Cabrillo said they were in and out in 2 minutes and 36 seconds. Really a tribute to how fast we were able to deliver the food. And then finally, the most important lesson was that when we help others, we help ourselves. And in a few minutes, you're going to hear from the employees themselves about the impact that the CPOD had on their role as city employees. But before we show the video, I need to take a moment to thank some really special people. Chris Hamilton, Chef JD, Alberto Chef Ponce, Brian Rosas, Mark Trujillo, Ruth Chicato, and Nancy Thom, the Convention Center Great America folks. Eric Dill, Karen Luna, and the 13 members of the Santa Clara Unified School District Nutrition Program team, especially the fabulous truck drivers who were there every week to deliver the food. Nancy Ueda at St. Justin's Food Pantry. Ann Kepner and Mission City Community Fund, who went out and got a donation from Intel for us for over $1 million and continues to raise money for us. And then Jim Teixeira, Kim Castro, Dolores Montenegro, Jennifer Acuna, and Araceli Rodriguez, who really were the engines of the week-to-week implementation of the CPODs. Those people have put in countless hours to make the CPOD happen, and really, from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank them for that. And then Deanna and the Mayor and Council for recognizing a gap in service and providing the leadership for making what was impossible a reality. And then finally, for what you're about to see, I'd like to thank Santa Clara Parks and Recreation employee Joe Sousa for his video production skills and Dolores Montenegro for letting us know about Joe's talent. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and show the video.
Public service is more than just a job. It's a value, a way of life, a frame of mind. This is our story, our mighty Santa Clara team coming together to respond during COVID.
My name is Juan Padilla with the City of Santa Clara. I currently work in the planning department doing code enforcement. One of the things here that we do at the CPOD is the relationships built with the other departments. A lot of times when you're working for the city, there's a lot of times that you don't get to meet your other employees. Big advantage of working with the CPOD is you actually get to meet your other fellow employees and other members throughout the city that are working consistently on a weekly basis trying to help the community.
Hi, I'm Hilda Lopez from the library department. I can just tell you that it was absolutely inspiring to see all these families in the beginning walk up, be a little afraid, timid, and now they've become friends. They come up and they want to take care of our kids. They're so inspired by us being here as well. I'm inspired by them making the effort to come over and to say thank you every time. And I feel like the most blessed person at the walk-up because every time they would all say, bless you, bless you.
My name is Peter Castellino. I work in the Human Resources Department. I had the privilege of working at different sites in various capacities. in the leadership role and on the front line, and it was one of the most rewarding experiences of my professional career.
Hola, mi nombre es Lorena, yo trabajo en la biblioteca y ha sido un honor trabajar aquí en el sitio dando comida a la gente que lo necesita. Hay muchas personas que han visitado aquí en español, nos han dicho que necesitan ayuda en español y nos han dicho que nos dan las gracias por estar aquí porque les podemos ayudar en español, les podemos ayudar con sus comidas para su familia, para sus niños.
My name is Kim Castro. I'm with the Parks and Recreation Department. It was a great opportunity for folks to step into leadership roles that wouldn't have normally been able to do that because their titles didn't allow it. But the CPOD structure allowed for people to become leaders.
Hi, my name is Lupe Fuentes. I'm in Parks and Recreation. I'm the flow lead here at the Wilcox CPOD. I went to school actually here at Wilcox High School, so it's actually come full circle. Just giving back to the school district that gave so much to me. Now here I am handing out commodities, food to the Santa Clara School District children. So it means a lot, super happy, and I'm proud to work for the city of Santa Clara.
Good afternoon, I'm Deanna Santana, Santa Clara City Manager. Today is our last day of CPOD distribution, and I just wanted to take the opportunity to share a couple of key facts about this remarkable service. Together, we have pushed out over 200,000 meals in a program that we put together in less than 2 days. This is a reflection of the incredible commitment of our Santa Clara employees to the Santa Clara community, and just shows that when we have a goal and a mission, how easy it is with that commitment to accomplish serving our Santa Clara residents. Thank you so much, and I hope that you've enjoyed our program.
As you can see, this has truly been a work of passion and commitment, and we are so proud and love to celebrate everybody who helped make this program a reality. So thank you for that opportunity. That concludes my report.
Let's give a round of applause to all of our staff who put this all together. It certainly took a village for this one, that's for sure. Thank you so much, Cynthia, and that was a great video. Thank you.
It did. And as we transition to our Chief Emergency Services Officer, I would be remiss. I know that Cynthia's been very gracious with acknowledging all of the people. Her humility definitely does not allow for her to take some credit for the great work that she's done. But Cynthia, you have been the glue. You have been the steady hand of making sure that all of the thousands of logistics week to week are in place, and that that people got the food that they needed. So in large part, this is an incredible endeavor, and it's a great reflection of your hard work. So thank you very much, Cynthia. The next is, we've had, as I mentioned earlier, we've had some new guidelines from the state. They're the Blueprint for a Safer Economy. And we have a couple of slides that we'd like for our viewing audience as well as for the council to just walk through the tiers. And I understand that we have some late breaking news from the county that Lisa will share with us with regard to the tiers. So Lisa, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Thank you very much, City Manager Santana. Well, what a wonderful team we have here in Santa Clara. That was just a fabulous video. So I'll start with a breakdown of our local COVID numbers before I move into the governor's blueprint for a safer economy. As of today, the latest COVID case numbers reported by Santa Clara County reflect a cumulative total of 17,465 cases in the county, 248 deaths, and 825 cases in the city of Santa Clara. This includes 124 new cases in the county and 7 new cases in the city. The county's hospitalization numbers continue to be trending downward. On August 1st, there were 182 COVID hospitalizations in the county, and today there are 131 COVID hospitalizations. As City Manager Santana stated, Governor Newsom released a color-coded 4-tiered blueprint for a safer economy this past Friday. And as the slide shows, the governor describes this blueprint as statewide, simple, slow, and stringent. There is a mandatory 21-day wait time between tiers, which is a big distinction from the last framework the state used. That breaks down to be a 1-week waiting period after a jurisdiction has met the advanced tier for 14 days. Movement between tiers is determined by case rate and test positivity rate, as shown on the slide. Because of our high case count, Santa Clara County was among 87% of counties in the state who were placed in Tier 1, or the purple tier initially, which is the most restrictive tier, and it represents widespread COVID transmission. So Tier 1 replaced what was the state's watch or monitoring list, which we were on for 50 days, that's 5-0, before the tiers went into effect. We just learned in the last couple of hours during the Board of Supervisors meeting that our case rate is adjusted by the amount of COVID testing that is done. And we have exceeded the state's COVID testing expectations. So our case rate is adjusted down for the purposes of tier assignment. So initially, as I said, we were placed in the purple tier, Tier 1, but this was based on the data for weeks ending August 11th and August 18th. Today, we were informed that our data for the week ending August 25th actually met the criteria for the red tier, or Tier 2. And if we meet that criteria for the week ending today, September 1st, we would be placed in Tier 2 or the red tier next week on September 8th. And this is all according to County Counsel James Williams. So what you see on the slide there, as far as the case rates, actually those numbers of case rates don't actually apply to us in Santa Clara County because we've just done so well. We test more than 300 people per 100,000 of our population. We've done very well with our testing. And our positivity rate, the second factor there that you see for positive tests, is below 4%. And you can see this is well below the threshold to advance to Tier 2. Tier 1 and Tier 2, so the purple and the red tiers, both require that offices conduct business remotely, which is consistent with the county's current order that all businesses must require all personnel to carry out their job functions remotely if they're able to do so. As of yesterday, hair salons and barbershops were allowed to open with modifications for indoor services, as well as indoor shopping centers with modifications such as a 25% maximum capacity. Even Tier 4, the minimal or yellow tier, requires professional sports to be played without live audiences. So it's going to be a long time before audiences would be allowed for professional sports. And schools are allowed to open for in-classroom instruction after the county is in the red Tier 2 for 14 days. The county also advised us today that they will be updating their directives to align with the state order. So we can all stay tuned for that. And then also beginning yesterday, the County of Santa Clara has a new complaint portal that can also be seen on an upcoming slide to report public health order violations. As shown on the slide, the public is now able to report public health violations and related complaints at www.scccovidconcerns.org. This site will also connect residents and businesses with other resources, including the Business Call Center and the web pages to submit social distancing protocols, as well as positive COVID-19 cases at work sites. This concludes my report.
Mayor, I just want to take the opportunity to answer any questions since we have Lisa on the phone and we have the 4 tiers, if there's any questions from the council.
Is there any questions? I don't see any hands up. No questions? Okay, no questions, City Manager.
Okay, all right. All right, the last part of my presentation for today is I have been asked to comment on a suggestion to explore an expedited change in city policy to allow commercial recreational use of city parks during the coronavirus pandemic, perhaps for a 10-month basis. Currently, the city prohibits such use except any approved concessionaires acting by and under the authority of the Director of Parks and Recreation, and that's Section Code 5.05. The city's Parks and Rec Department work closely with many recreation vendors under contract to offer instructional and special interest classes, activities, camps, etc., on a negotiated cost recovery basis in city park facilities and in compliance with the county public health orders. We differ from local cities that have already started this practice because of Measure R, which precludes the sale, lease, or change in park use for more than 180 days. This would clearly be a policy decision that would require more research, particularly the use of public land for private profit and equitable access and treatment for any interested business under this policy, as well as any public interest in use of public space and the related impacts. I just want to say that because of the fact that I've been asked to comment. We had an opportunity to review our records, and the city has received one request to establish an emergency permit process for the use of parks on commercial activity. But it's also my understanding that that person who has submitted the suggestion also has permission to use the outdoor parking lot adjacent to her established place of business. So I was asked to comment because this is another local or regional effort that's circulating. And with respect to what I would say about this is that certainly more policy work is needed, but we need to evaluate it against Measure R. Those are my comments.
Thank you. I might have a question from Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager, what was the liability issues I know about Measure R, we kind of put everything together in that one measure, but what is the liability issues for a business in Santa Clara to use city land? I know that you said you were going to do more investigation, but what about the liability, please?
We haven't even gotten that far. I just wanted to identify the policy issues. They are significant in terms of bringing back something for the council to consider. And since only one suggestion has come in based on our records, just wanted to mention this to the council that we have unique components here that we would have to navigate through.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Manager Deanna, for the report and bringing this to the council. Do you think we can have a feedback like whatever legal points and staff report would be pretty soon, or does it has to come back to the council if we at all plan to decide that our commercial establishment can use our parks as an emergency resort?
I think it's better that the council make the decision. This is a significant policy change with respect to public parks. It differs in some of the other small business assistance because it begins to use public space. And I know that through our joint city council school districts, that is actually an agenda item that has been carried for the last meeting as well as tomorrow's meeting. So before I would make any decision, I'd love the input from council in terms of whether this is a policy decision that the council would like to pursue.
I would suggest that keeping in view how the things are, and we are not very clear when the COVID-19 situation will be normal basically for everyone. So let's explore, and I would like if we can bring this to the next agenda item, next council meeting, that would be great, so that our public as well as the council knows where we are heading on this.
Councilmember Watanabe. Followed
Thank you, Mayor.
by Councilmember Davis after that. Okay.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, City Manager, for bringing this forward. I mean, as the City Manager, talked about, the use, the uses, the current uses of all of our parks. I mean, our parks are definitely well utilized. I mean, there's a reason why, we say parks are life. Because people use them a lot. And but I don't, and I would definitely agree, that we would need to look at policy and any changes, and also the liability on behalf of the city. But at the same time, I don't know how long even this would take. But so as a result, I mean, today's September 1st. We've got, the rainy season is upon us, and I think, definitely the weather will be something that would need to be considered as we move into the fall and the winter, depending on, when something like this could possibly happen. So I would definitely think weather would have be a big deciding factor as well. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. So, City Manager, I guess my question will go back to you again. What is the timeline and staff capabilities right now? I know that we're still going crazy with a lot of other different things, but can you tell me how long this is going to take for you to do a deep dive into this and get back to us? I'm not really, I don't know if you have the time constraints to even agendize this at this point.
Well, I appreciate your inquiry, because part of your action on today's agenda, and we will do, as I've mentioned last week, whatever the council's pleasure is and direction is. So, allowing for me to talk about capacity, we are today looking at a third round of our small business assistance, and that is a heavy workload going through the applications and distributing public funds. We are looking at tomorrow Healthy Foods 2.0 and working with the school district on resuming the program that we just terminated on August 6th, but in a new and revised form. We are also looking today before the council putting forward a rental assistance program 2.0. This is the second round of funds that we're proposing, all that we'll take on this month. And then I know council member that you had raised concerns about workload with respect to the courthouse. And so that's another item that we would take on during the same time. So certainly there's, if there is an interest on the part of council, it's the reason why I wanted to suggest that we have received one suggestion. I don't know whether other businesses are interested in, and equitable access to this program for businesses would be really important, so that we don't show that we favor just one business because of the request that came in. And so we'd want to make sure that we develop the program so that small businesses who are interested in needing outdoor space had access. So those are all of the logistics that we would need to get through. But if you're asking me if we have plenty to do with even these programs that we are resuming this month for second rounds, I would suggest that we do have plenty to do.
Okay, so Mayor, thank you.
We will make it work though, either way.
Okay, so thank you, City Manager, for that. And Mayor, my consensus would be not to agendize this at this time, being that we are still continuing on taking care of our businesses. It sounds like we're in a good position, but I don't see them able to go in and really work on this project right now. So my consensus is not to agendize that.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis. Councilmember Chahal, your hand is still up. Do you have more comments? Councilmember Chahal.
I did want to add, though, that I've had some conversation with another council member that this is an area where for small businesses to support, we certainly, if the private sector is interested in coming up with a solution for pop-up space, I know we have a lot of large parking lots, specifically along El Camino Real, where there might be interest in creating pop-up space for small businesses to operate and a good use of land. And so there are other alternatives besides looking into issues of Measure R and public space and the policy issues that surface.
Is this something, City Manager, with that being said, is this something that maybe the chamber could look into when you're talking about larger parking lots as a, you know, a public way and working with partnerships within businesses in the city of Santa Clara to work it out?
We could certainly see if the chamber has any interest on putting forward a program or seeing if there's space, and certainly through we could look at special permitting, and I could work with looking at different programs on a private sector side.
Okay, thank you.
I just don't know what commitment the chamber would be able to make, and I think in short, a large part of it would still fall on us.
Correct. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney, you have some comments?
Yeah, I just wanted to remind the council that the Brown Act, this is not an item that's on the agenda, and all the Brown Act allows for in terms of a council discussion is a very brief discussion of whether or not you want to put something on the next agenda. You can't really, the discussion's starting to get pretty substantive at this point.
Okay, thank you. I'll just weigh in. I would not like to see this on a future agenda, and I'll tell you why very quickly. Is because our parks are used, tremendously used by a large number of our residents right now, especially based on the fact that the school district has fenced in all the open space at the school sites. So now our parks are taking twice as much use. And if we end up putting commercial activities on our parks, it's going to take away the space for our residents who so drastically need our park space right now. So any type of business or commercial use belongs in the private sector right now in terms of that. We have to maintain and keep our parks open for all of our community to use at all the time. It's especially important right now. So I'm not interested in putting that on, but if a council member wants to put it on the agenda, they can go through our process of putting it on through our policy that allows you to come to the council and ask for a vote as to whether or not there's interest by a majority of the council of putting that on. So thank you very much, City Manager, for that. And we're going to move on now to the balance of our agenda. Were you finished, City Manager, with your report, the COVID report?
I am. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, next we have the consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless members of the council would like to pull items for discussion. So I have Councilmember Hall. Which items would you like to pull?
Madam Mayor, I would recuse myself on item 2F, F as Frank.
You're recusing yourself on 2F?
Yes, that's it.
Is there a reason? Aren't you supposed to give a reason, City Attorney?
Oh, my property lies within 1,000 feet of that.
Okay, thank you very much. Did you get that, City Clerk? Okay, 2F. All right, Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to pull 2A.
Okay, Board and Commission minutes. All right.
And 2C for clarification.
Okay, so item 2C is
Convention Center.
action on the Convention Center fiscal year report. Okay, all right. Anyone else pulling anything? Okay, I'm going to pull then item for just a little short presentation, item 2D, and that is the adopt a resolution in support of the convention on the elimination of all forms of discrimination against women, and then we call it CEDAW.
Right, great. Thanks. I wanted to.
Councilmember, were you going to pull that one, Councilmember O'Neill?
Yeah, it's for some comments.
Okay, I'll put that under your name then. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, anyone else? Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry, my internet went out. So I was going to pull 2D as well, and thank you for doing that. And also item 2J, like jam.
Item 2J is action on the California Library Literacy Services Grant Award, second installment for the Adult Literacy Program and related budget amendment. Is that it, council? Did we leave anything left on the consent calendar? Is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar?
So moved.
Oh, wait, is there any member of the is there any member of the public that would like to pull any items? Do we see any hands raised or anything? Any member of the public here? Okay, so we have a motion by, was that Watanabe?
Davis.
No, Davis, and second by Watanabe?
Correct.
Okay, I think I got that right. Motion second, Assistant City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. Okay, and that passes unanimously. Thank you. Public presentations. Do we have any member of the public that would like to speak?
We do not at this time.
None at this time. Any council members? Oh, we have one. Oh, that's Dr. Rivers, and I think that's for one of the consent calendar items. Okay. All right, now we go to consent calendar items pulled for discussion, and we're going to start with Councilmember Davis with 2A. I'm kind of going to go in order. So 2A, Board and Commission and Committee minutes. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I think my questions are going to go to either the city attorney or the city manager. So when I was reading the minutes on the Planning Commission, it was to my surprise that they adjourned in a memory of someone. Isn't that a council duty? That was question number one. Question number two was they are requesting speakers to attend Planning Commission meetings. Is that also something within their purview to do as a planning commissioner? And three, planning commissioners are requesting people to vote. When did we allow that to happen? Because they are, as I understand it, a commission. They are liable to, and I'm not saying liable, sorry, that's the wrong word. They are under our assistance. They work with the council. They advise us. So why is this commission acting like a council? So could the city attorney and or city manager explain to me, when I read these minutes, these discrepancies that I don't think should be there?
City attorney?
Brian,
or city manager?
I can attempt. I think, in fact, the governance committee will be taking up this question of what it is. Maybe I'm not close enough. Okay. It's my understanding that the governance committee will be taking up policies for the boards and commissions. I don't know of. I did find it strange that that some of these committees are generating their own work, but since there is no actual policy that the council has imposed upon them, I guess they are attempting to create policies for themselves. I didn't hear anything about the Planning Commission telling people to vote. I do find, I don't understand, I don't know what that particular item is about, so I don't know if I'm competent to comment on that.
It was in the minutes, Brian, and I just thought it was very odd because it was under their, same thing when we have our boards and commission updates on things that we do as council members, they have that same thing on their agenda. And the chair actually said that to requesting people to vote. So that's playing politics in my world, and we're supposed to be nonpartisan. So I'm kind of, it was in the minutes. I read it. I was a little shocked by it. But I just wanted to know what you were doing, but you answered my question. It's being referred back to governance because I just think it was a little out of line. And I just wanted to know what we as a council were going to do about it.
I just wanted to add that we are aware that the Planning Commission does have some policies that it has used in the past for reference in terms of setting its work plan as well as requesting information of staff. There were recent changes to the policy, and that's what's coming back to the governance. And we have expressed through our CDD department an interest to bring this back to the governance and seek council input so that we don't take any action on the items that have been requested by the Planning Commission until we bring this all to council and have a deeper dive into scope and how our boards and commissions are operating. And so that's going to be coming back. And certainly these issues, we can fold them into our report and have a larger, broader discussion.
Thank you, City Manager. So with that, Mayor, I would like to approve the minutes with the fact that the Governance Committee will be looking into what some of the practices held by some commissions. Thank you.
So that's approval of note and file?
Correct.
Minutes. Is there a second?
Second.
And then I see Councilmember Chahal, your hand is up.
Yeah,
Is that on
thank you,
this
Mayor.
item?
Yes, on
Okay,
this item.
go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to comment on certain speakers being called for Planning Commission. While I was a Planning Commissioner, it was a practice that because Planning Commission had its own budget, and it was very useful and educative for the Planning Commission as well as for the residents when some policy changes were there and updates on land use or updates on transportation, parking. So it was a very useful thing. So if within the Planning Commission budget, if they call some experts to present there as a speaker series, depending on how workload is, that is accepted. I think it should be encouraged for both for Planning Commissioners as well as for our residents. Those are my comments only. Thank you.
And thank you for that. I think that it's the council that probably needs to approve the work plan. So, all right, thank you. That will be going to governance anyway. So we have a motion and a second to note and file the minutes.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. The next item was pulled by Councilmember Davis, and that's also for Councilmember Davis, item 2C, action on the Santa Clara Convention Center fiscal year 19-20 fourth quarter financial status report. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. So on this item, I was wondering if Spectra, I know isn't on the line, but I wanted to ask if the room downstairs that's in the convention center, were we able to plan that out so that we could have some type of conventions held, because it's a very large room, and if, keeping people 6 feet apart and whatnot, if we were able to at least get some type of convention or dollars generated within that property. So that was just my question, but I would like to make the motion to approve, the note and file their budget. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion.
And I'll just respond.
Can I get
just respond via email.
Okay, thank you. So respond by email. Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second to note and file the report?
Second.
Okay, that was Councilmember Watanabe. Is there any discussion from the council or any questions? Do we have any questions from the public? Any comments? Anyone here? Anyone here? Okay, seeing none. Assistant City Clerk.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously. The next item is item 2D, and I have some comments on it, but I'll start with you, Councilmember O'Neill. And this is 2D, adopt a resolution in support of the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, and we call it CEDAW. Councilmember O'Neill?
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So I just wanted to bring this to the attention of the public, and particularly as we've just had the 100th anniversary of nationwide suffrage for women, the passage of our constitutional amendment. But we still, as this convention pointed out, there's still so much work to be done in terms of issues related to women and girls around the world, and that when women and girls are treated as they should be and are allowed to achieve to their potential, you find all of society, and it elevates itself and becomes less warlike and more peaceful, and it becomes much more prosperous. And I view that this is kind of part of the work that we're going to be reporting back to the community on September 29th. With the mayor's signing on, and with the chief of police, Nikolai, to the Obama initiative. And also one of the things that's a foundational document, I think, for both of those is the anti-discrimination ordinance that Santa Clara passed like 8 years ago. And I just kind of wanted to give a shout out to former council member Jamie McLeod Skinner, who was really instrumental. And I know that Mayor Gilmore was also very helpful in getting that passed, because it kind of lays the groundwork for how we should be approaching all the work that we do in this city, and how our community works together. So I just wanted to also thank Jean Cohen for bringing this forward. And as I said, I hope it'll inform all the work that we do as a community. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I
And
make
so
my...
I will, let me just I'll make a motion to
very good.
adopt the resolution.
Thank you. We have a motion.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Chahal. Councilmember Watanabe, you have some comments you'd like to make before I make these comments on this? Go ahead.
Thank you. Yep, I was going to second it, but I was waiting in line to be called on. So anyway, I will also want to thank Jean Cohen for bringing this forward and to the city. The city has been progressive in terms of an ordinance, that was passed in it's ordinance number 1899, to protect and safeguard the right and opportunity of all persons to be free from all forms of arbitrary discrimination, including discrimination based on gender and gender identity, and on age, race, color, creed, religion, national origin, ancestry, disability, marital status, sex, and sexual orientation. That was signed and entered into by the City Council in November 2012. I think it's really great that CEDAW is now being brought forward to us in terms of wanting to put a resolution together, which I think will put teeth into the ordinance that was passed in 2012. I'm happy to see, that the city of Santa Clara just continuing, to be progressive and, focusing on what's important. Women's human rights are very first and foremost right now, that we hear a lot about, but it also affirms the principles of fundamental human rights and equality for women around the world. And I know that's the effort of CEDAW, is to make this, getting all cities on board and to adopt an ordinance and to support it. And so I'm glad that, the city of Santa Clara is looking to adopt it. And again, thanks to Jean Cohen for bringing it to our attention and letting us to be a part of it. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. So I just want to tell the public a little bit about this. It's often referred to as the Women's Bill of Rights. The Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, which is CEDAW, is a landmark international agreement that affirms principles of fundamental human rights and equality for women around the world, and is the only human rights treaty that focuses entirely on ending discrimination against women. CEDAW was adopted by the United Nations General Assembly in 1979, more than 40 years ago. Yet the United States is one of only 6 countries that still has not ratified this treaty. While CEDAW ratification efforts are stalled in the U.S. Senate, there have been grassroots efforts at the local level to promote the importance of the treaty and encourage local governments to adopt CEDAW principles. Gene Cohen, on behalf of the Santa Clara County Democratic Central Committee's ad hoc committee to advance CEDAW's policies, reached out to my office to ask if the city would consider adopting a resolution in support of CEDAW. Unfortunately, Gene could not be here this evening. However, I believe we have another representative from the ad hoc committee, Dr. Kristen Rivers. Do we have Dr. Rivers on the phone? I saw her earlier, so. Dr. Rivers?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Thank you so much for having me. So I have a written statement to read into the record. So thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Kristen Rivers, and I'm here representing a diverse coalition of leaders in Santa Clara County who are focused on implementing the United Nations Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. And as the mayor suggested, we refer to it for short as CEDAW. Our coalition is working to promote the adoption, funding, and implementation by municipalities in Santa Clara County of local ordinances to implement the principles of CEDAW. Adopting this resolution is an excellent step in advancing the CEDAW principles. We hope to work with the City of Santa Clara to introduce an ordinance to codify key components of CEDAW in Santa Clara. In 1998, San Francisco became the first city in the world to adopt an ordinance reflecting the principles of CEDAW. Recently, the City of San Jose and Santa Clara County took the same action to create a framework for improving the status of women and girls. A CEDAW ordinance based on this resolution would advance critical policies and create space for important discussions about equity and representation. This includes preventing violence against women, equitable pay, and a commitment supporting women and girls. Thank you, Mayor Gilmore. And it says the entire City Council, but I'd like to specifically call out Council members O'Neill and Watanabe for their comments as well, for your support of this resolution. We look forward to working with you on next steps to engage the community in this important discussion on eliminating all forms of discrimination against women. And on a personal note, I just want to say thank you specifically to the mayor. I have an uncle who was a former mayor of Santa Clara, so I feel a very special connection with this council, and I want to thank you so much, not just as a member of CEDAW, but as a former Santa Clara resident, and a whole bunch of my family still live there. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rivers. Who was the mayor?
Matt Talia.
Oh my gosh, yes, I loved him. I was best friend. This is Santa Clara. I was best friends with his granddaughter, Susie, all through my childhood. So there you go.
Oh, yeah. Susie's my second cousin.
Oh,
yes.
my gosh. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for bringing
Okay,
this.
thank you.
Thank you for bringing this to Santa Clara. Please thank Gene Cohen as well. I know she's busy with her new job as the executive director of the South Bay Labor Council. Congratulate her on that as well. So
I absolutely will. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other comments or questions, or any member of the public want to speak on this issue? Do we have anyone here? No one? All right. So we do have a motion and a second to approve this resolution. Assistant City Clerk.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, now D, E, F. Okay, Councilmember Shahal, F, G. Okay. Councilmember Watanabe, item 2J. And that
Okay,
item is, let me just introduce it. Let me find it. Okay, on the library, action on the California Library Literacy Services Grant Awards. Go ahead, Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes. Okay, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make sure that this grant was acknowledged, and especially since it supports the annual Read Santa Clara program. I think we all, as council members, and even as a former Board of Trustees member, I know the impact that this program has on so many ESL residents that live in the city of Santa Clara. So many have benefited over the years, and I know that it's also a very emotional to attend, the end of the year program when so many of the residents, they read their stories and their families are there to cheer them on. I participated as a judge on several occasions, reading and judging the stories, which are very hard, as each story is personal and many times is about the writer's journey to learn and to learn to read and write. And so I know we cannot say enough about this great program and the hard work put in by our library staff, especially Shanti, who drives the program every year. And acceptance of the second installment of the grant awards and approval of the appropriation of grant funds will help cover adult literacy programming for the Read Santa Clara program. There are no matching fund requirements, which is wonderful. So this money is being budgeted along with previous grant monies received to be used for this invaluable program. So I just want to say thank you and a shout out to be able to see this program continue even as we are still in these unprecedented times, because I know it's very beneficial. So thank you for the opportunity. And with that, unless there's other comments, I'll just make a motion to move staff recommendation on this issue.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any other discussion on this from the council or the public? Do we have any public members? Okay, Assistant City Clerk.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, and that motion passes unanimously. Next, we're moving on to, was that the consent calendar? Right, I did get everything correct. Okay. Next, we're moving on to the public hearing general business. The first item is an exciting one. We get to spend some money on helping people, which is action on CARES Act funding in the amount of $1,590,000 and San Jose Settlement Agreement funds in the amount of $5 million and related budget amendments that go along with that. There's a lot of items here. City Manager?
Good evening. So Ruth Shikata, our Assistant City Manager, is going to take us through the proposals that follow receipt of the Economic Development, Marketing, and Communications Committee meeting last week. So Ruth?
Okay, let me just share my screen here. All right, you seeing that? So I want to thank.
Yes, we're seeing.
Great, thank you. I want to thank the mayor and the council for this opportunity to talk about two funds that we are seeking direction on. So I want to just go over what the two funds are. We have CARES Act money, which I'll talk a little bit more about. Santana West Settlement money, which is about $5 million. And then, as the mayor alluded to, we have a series of recommendations at the end of the presentation. So we have two sets of funds on hand. The first is the CARES Act, which is the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Securities Act. We received these funds in approximately $1.5 million. And then we've also received $5 million from the City of San Jose for the Santana West Settlement Agreement. The agreement provided that they would pay us $5 million at the time that they started they pulled their grading permits, and federal did that, and so that we received the funds, but then we didn't have a designation for those. So the settlement agreement requires that these funds be spent either for affordable housing or transportation improvements. So we received the CARES Act, and in June of 2020, the council was we were notified, and then we've included that in our budget. So again, we have that in hand, but it's not allocated for any particular expenses. The CARES Act funds may be used for COVID-related expenses. So these are a list of eligible type expenses. They needed to be incurred because of the public health emergency. These are expenses that were not accounted for in our budget as approved as of March 27th, and that they were incurred during the period between March 1st and December 30th of this year. So examples of eligible expenses on the CARES Act would be any medical expenses that we might have, public health expenses we have, payroll expenses for staff like public safety or staff like on the CPOD. Those kinds of expenses would be eligible for reimbursement from the CARES Act. Actions to facilitate compliance with public health measures. So like the plexiglass that's gone up around City Hall, or provisions of economic support, including small business grants. So our food distribution programs, small business grant, assistance grant programs, those kinds of costs are eligible for this CARES Act money. So council appropriated the funds in July of this year. That means that we recognize that we have the money. And so what we did is we took this, the funds and asked the question of the Economic Development, Communication, and Marketing Committee, the council committee, about if there was any thoughts on how those funds might be used. And the committee thought that the funds, if possible, should be used for small business assistance programs, the city's food distribution program, emergency rental assistance program, and if at all possible, to find a way to assist the residents with the new increases in the utility rates. So based upon the committee's feedback, staff, as of the preparation of this report, had proposed that we distribute the $1.59 million in this fashion. $200,000 for the food distribution program, because we thought at the time that we would need to continue to fund the program because the USDA had no longer allowed for the summer flexibility to allow for the kids to have food 7 days a week. The small business assistance program, and then for to reimburse the general fund for past eligible COVID expenses. And this would allow us to free up some money for the other programs that the committee was interested in, which was the utility rate credit or rebate. So as I mentioned, that as of the preparation of the report, this is what the staff was recommending, that how we distribute the funds. However, now we know that the USDA has relaxed its requirements and provided a waiver again, similar to the summer, that would allow the school district now to distribute food 7 days a week, so that we no longer have this the same type of crisis to providing food for the children. So we are recommending tonight that those funds be reallocated to the Small Business Assistance Program, moving that fund from $390,000 to $590,000. In addition, because of the ongoing health emergency, staff is recommending that we expand the eligible expenditures to the grantees. Right now, the eligible expenditures include either payroll expenses or rental expenses, so they're lease payments for their space. And what we're recommending is that we provide and allow for a third category, which would include things like any improvements that they might need to make to their business in order to comply with the health orders. So as I mentioned earlier, that the CARES Act does not allow for funding of utility rebates. However, that there is a way that we might still be able to accomplish that, and consistent with the committee's recommendation. So because the city can reimburse itself for previous expenses that are eligible under the CARES Act, we have more than $1 million worth of eligible expenses. We can use money from the CARES Act to reimburse the general fund for those expenses. That would allow for $1 million to be used in a different fashion. Because they were general fund, then the council can reallocate those new reallocated monies to a different program. And we would recommend that they be allowed to be used to subsidize the utility rates. So what we're suggesting is that the $1 million be used to provide a credit or a rebate that reduces the solid waste bill for equal to about 6 months. 6 months of the rate increase for residential customers. So there is a limitation in our current billing system that wouldn't allow us to just provide that little incremental credit over the 6 month period. So there would be a credit that would happen on a one-time basis, and it would show up on the customer's bills. It does not include a credit for the cleanup campaign. And again, a lot of this has to do with the fact that we have some limitations on our billing system. Some of the multifamily accounts would only be credited on the solid waste portion of the bill. And then for the commercial industrial customers, that they basically would receive the same credit that council has already approved of the $3 a month. So the second category of funding that we're asking direction for, the second source, is for the Santana West Settlement Agreement. As I mentioned earlier, we received $5 million. And then the agreement can be used for affordable housing or transportation improvements. So the committee recommended that these projects be looked at for funding from the $5 million. And so we have on the phone, in case council has any specific questions, Public Works, Mike Liu and Craig Mobeck, the director and assistant director. So on the Benton bicycle lanes, it's 3.3 miles on Benton between Lincoln Street and Dunford Way. It'd be about $1.4 million, which would fund a study, design, and construction. The Lickmill Boulevard pedestrian beacons would upgrade the existing pedestrian flashing beacons at Lickmill Boulevard between Tasman Drive and Montague Expressway, and would also upgrade a curve warning light. And that project is about $500,000. 1601 Civic Center Drive is a potential affordable housing project. Charities Housing purchased that property. You may recall that SVP had offices in that building for a long time. And right now, Charities Housing is planning for a 100% affordable project. Preliminarily, it looks like that they might be able to secure or plan for about 120 units of affordable housing on that site, but their projected gap, the projected need is $6 million. So that this fund would help us get to where Charities needs to be, but it certainly wouldn't be able to fund the entire gap. Right now, Charities is waiting to see the outcome of the El Camino specific plan and before that they move forward with more detailed design on what their site might be able to do. And then we are requesting $1.5 million for the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. And as the manager mentioned earlier in the evening tonight, which would provide for a second round of assistance. The ERAP program targets households with assistance of up to 3 months of rental assistance. And the goal is really to prevent low-income households from becoming those people in low-income households from becoming homeless. So what we have tonight is our recommendation is really a budget action only. The projects that I mentioned earlier would need to return to council for further approval before implementation, with the one exception of the ERAP program. And so what we're requesting is council authority to move forward with the program and amend the agreement, authority for the city manager to negotiate and execute the agreement and amendment with Bill Wilson Center for round 2 administration of the program. And that based upon the need out there and the number of applicants we were able to serve or touch on round 1 of the ERAP program, we're recommending that we expand the eligibility of the program to households from 60% AMI to 80% AMI. This would allow for more households to become eligible. And since this is basically a general fund funded program for round 2, we have more flexibility to serve households of a higher income level. So I just wanted to note next steps on the eviction moratorium. Because we're going to continue to move forward with the ERAP, I just wanted to let council know that we will be coming back to the council for further action on the city's eviction moratorium on September 29th. The city's current moratorium will expire on September 30th. So in order for the moratorium to continue, the council would need to take further action. Currently, the county has extended its moratorium through November 30th, and that the governor just yesterday signed a statewide bill that extended protections through February of 2021. We don't know all the pieces of that particular legislation yet, and so when we come back on September 29th, hopefully we'll be able to provide some more context and how the different moratoriums would play here out in Santa Clara. So this is the staff recommendation that was included in the staff report. We are requesting that the council delete the food distribution program and then authorize the funding to be used for the small business assistance program and to reimburse the general fund as noted in the presentation. We're requesting that the council approve the allocation of the Santana West money for the programs listed: the Benton Bicycle Lane, Lickmill Boulevard Pedestrian Beacons, 1601 Civic Center, and the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. There are also several budget actions necessary in order for staff to move forward with implementing the programs, which would include the using the general fund dollars for the solid waste, approving budget amendments, and then directing the city manager to implement the programs. There's one other action which was not included in the prepared staff report, but is consistent with the presentation tonight, and is requesting council authority based upon the local state of emergency to negotiate and execute the amendment with Bill Wilson Center for the administration of round 2, which would increase the overall contract amount from $1.3 million to $2.8 million, and then modifying the ERAP program to expand the eligibility to an 80% AMI. And with that, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Shikata. That was a very intensive report, which came as a result of our economic development meeting as well, but you really summed it up very well. Thank you very much. I'm going to start with Councilmember Davis, since you're the chair of that committee. If you'd like to give any further comments on the city manager's report, Ms. Shikata's report. Councilmember Davis?
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Assistant City Manager Ruth Shikata. I know you sat through that meeting along with other people, and the decision was to continue taking care of our residents with the money and making the appropriations from the 1.5 and the 5 million so that we can continue to take care of our residents during this time of COVID. And we really don't know how long it was going to happen. So with the 3 committee members, we decided that that's how we wanted to take the money and spend it for our people. And we're hoping that we'll be able to assist them with the rent, have these traffic improvements done, take care of the needs of the people versus trying to do anything else with that money at this time. So I would like to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on all points, and especially the last one with the Bill Wilson. I know you didn't have that on the first round, but I want to thank you for helping us get through that, and to staff for identifying a lot of traffic improvements for us and housing so that we could meet the needs, and also the fact that you took it upon yourselves to find how we could take care of some of the garbage contract issues that we had. That was a contentious moment in our council, and I believe that this is a good, I guess, help. It's not going to help everything, but it's something that will give people some peace of mind going forward in our community. So with that, I'm hoping someone on council will second my recommendation.
Second. We all wanted to. 2 seconds, Vice Mayor Hardy and Councilmember Watanabe. Very good. All right, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Davis. Councilmember Watanabe, followed by Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. And I also sit on this committee, and it was a lot of fun to be able to spend other people's money, but for the benefit of your residents. So thank you so much for the ability to be able to have, the CARES Act funding and the settlement money that will be put to good use. I was very pleased when I saw a recommendation from our Public Works Department to allocate some of the funding towards Lick Mill Boulevard. I talked to our staff several times about some improvements that could be made along Lick Mill, and so it really pleased me that I know that they hear us, but at the same time, there's not always the funding to be able to put these kind of projects in place. So thank you very much to Michael Liu for bringing the item forward at the meeting. But also other, like the Councilmember Davis just talked about, there's so many other important projects that, this money will benefit in terms of transportation and roads. But more so, I'm so happy to see that we will have additional monies to put towards the small business grant program. It was very successful. I've heard many compliments to the city about how it helped just so many people that just didn't know how they were going to survive. So I'm grateful that we have that ability to help again. And additionally, in terms of rental assistance, I know that it's a big concern, and so to be able to have money to see residents forward, those that are in need, is a big help. We want to protect our families. We want to make sure that there's food out there for them, and so I'm just so pleased that we have this ability to continue to look out for the benefit of our residents. I mean, they're first and foremost. And because, as we said, we don't know how long this is going to last, but at least it gives us some leeway, moving forward, and until we come to the next threshold. But this is a good plan for now. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. Councilmember Chahal, followed by Councilmember O'Neill.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for all the presentation and the allocation of funds which we can use for our residents. And first, I would touch the rental assistance program. I'm really happy that we are adding another 1.5 million to our rental assistance program, and that's a good thing. And increasing the eligibility from 60 to 80%, that's good. I do have one more suggestion. Like in the last emergency rental assistance program, we were going back if residents could not pay their rents from the previous month. And some of the renters have borrowed money and they paid the rent and they were not eligible to apply. So can we clarify this thing, that this may not, the current program for $1.5 million, anybody will be eligible as long as they are below 8% of AMI, and they can use the funds for future rent payments. I would like to ask staff what are their comments on that condition, basically.
Councilmember Chahal, I'm not really sure about how that might impact that program, but I think that we can certainly look at that and report back to council. If it's possible, then if you provide the authority to the city manager to modify the program in understanding the concern, then we'll be able to make modifications and really start pushing out information. I just don't know whether or not that we have any what kinds of constraints we might have if we're on a going forward basis. What we're trying to do is really help those people that really don't have the ability to pay, and that basically that run the risk of being homeless. And so we are really trying to target those people that are the most vulnerable and that we're trying to save from being homeless. So that providing funds for people that have been able to pay and that is just a credit for the future, it really could challenge the program such that there might be others who are in higher need that wouldn't have funds available to them.
Okay, I would say look at that, because there are some renters who paid borrowing money and they didn't want to default on their rents, and they were still owning money to somebody else. So that's why my only concern, because I talked to so many of them and they mentioned, oh, they're not eligible because they paid the full rent by borrowing from other people.
Understood. So we can certainly look at that.
Okay, thank you for that. And my next question is regarding the $1 million which we are trying to transfer to general fund for out of the $1.5 million. So and using it for our garbage solid waste rebates, basically garbage solid waste rebate. So what is the total amount of rebate we are giving for 6 months, basically? What's the amount it comes out to be? I think it comes out to be less than $1 million. So my point is, if it comes out to be less than $1 million, then we can add that part of the amount to the emergency rental assistance program, because that's after the extra $600 from the federal government is gone for the unemployment thing, that will hit those renters really hard. So I want to find out how much is the actual subsidy on the rebate on the solid waste amounts to, basically, for the 6 months.
Once we get through the one-time credit process, we can come back with a accounting report, and any funds that are available, obviously distribute them through the programs that we have already in place. So one of the lessons over the last week and a half has been the complexity and some of the, the restrictions of our billing system, and just some legacy ways of how things were inputted into the system. And so I'd like the opportunity to first get the right numbers in place through crediting the accounts, and then coming back with actual figures instead of estimated figures.
Okay, perfect. That will work. Let's say if we have some money left, then we can, at that stage, we can pass a resolution to move that money from that account to that emergency rental program. Thank you. Those were my only comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Neill, followed by Vice Mayor Hardy.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mayor. I just wanted to, I'm very supportive of all these actions. I think everybody's feeling stress and strain in a lot of ways. So however we can all, come up with ways to help each other get through financially challenging times, I think that's really great. So I laud the committee and the staff for being very creative and trying to meet these needs that have been expressed. And I also particularly want to call out the settlement for the Santana West agreement, because I know that there was, some people who questioned why the city council was pursuing getting a settlement from San Jose. And I think now we can see that it was very advantageous to us to press to protect the needs of people in Santa Clara, and to make sure that our neighbors around us are developing in a prudent manner. And so, in particular, to see like the Benton Street bike lanes, that's a project that we selected when I was the chair, before Vice Mayor Hardy was chair. When I was chair of BPAC, we talked about that project. And I think it'll be very helpful. It'll be a safe way to have more people ride their bikes and get some exercise during these times. And also, it blends in really well with the work that the city did around Santa Clara High School with some of the improved signals and the hawk signals. And so now by adding the bike lanes, we provide even more incentive for students to be able to be part of our Safe Routes to School program and get to school on their bikes. Hopefully, within a few months, all the students will be back in their school classrooms. And then finally, I'm always very supportive of affordable housing projects, and I know some of us have had a chance to talk to representatives of Charities Housing, and so I'm really thrilled that we have found a way to once again to help fund affordable housing for all the people in Santa Clara who are struggling to afford housing. And this project, when it is built, will have a range of apartments that will be for families. And it's in a good location near schools and parks and near other transportation corridors. So I think that it's a great use of the money, and it certainly complies with the parameters that were in the settlement agreement. So once again, I want to thank all the members of the council who hung in there, and we prevailed in that lawsuit. And this is just great evidence of when you act, when you take strong action and stand up for your residents, what you can do. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Neill. Vice Mayor Hardy.
I'd like to echo that. I appreciate that the staff looked so carefully at short-term needs that are very acute right now that we need to take care of. And I love that we have put the bicycle lane and some of the pedestrian infrastructure right at the top of the list. As Councilmember O'Neill mentioned, on the Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee, we have a long list, and many things are not funded at this point. So I was thrilled to see this and would love to support it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I just want to make a couple of comments. First, I want to thank Councilmember Davis and the Economic Development Committee, Communications Committee, for putting together this list of projects and programs to be funded from the city. And I want to thank Councilmember O'Neill for letting us and supporting taking all the money that we had identified for her Love Santa Clara program and our communications program. And through the committee, we decided to put it all into COVID helping programs, helping the community through this pandemic. And I think we really changed our focus from other things that we were actually really excited about doing in the community, and really put the focus on everything we can do to help the community. And it's for everyone in the community. It's the emergency housing, it's the small businesses. We thought it was the food, but we're going to get that from another area now. I'm very excited about that. To utility bill credits. I mean, we're trying the best we can to have whatever resources we have to reallocate them to help the community. And the $5 million from the settlement of Santana West really came at the right time for us to be able to use that for the emergency housing assistance program, affordable housing, and the bike and the traffic improvement issues, which are going to help us, in the future. So it sounds like the council is supporting it. I want to thank the council and the staff for following the direction of the committee and putting this together, because we want to continue to do what we can through this pandemic to help our community the best we can. And I think this is a really good bundle of programs and projects that are going to help us through this. So we have a motion and second. Do we have any public? I think we have...
We have we have one speaker on the line.
One speaker?
And
okay.
I have an e-comment to read as well.
What? I'm sorry, I couldn't understand you.
An e-comment.
And an e-comment. Okay, thank you. Speaker, please.
Yeah, hi, this is Suds Jane.
Hello.
And hello, can you hear me? This is Suds Jane.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, all right. I approve of all of this stuff except item number 3. Given that the city is experiencing large budget deficits, I question taking $1 million from the general fund to give residential customers small credits and rebates on their solid waste utilities. I serve on the Chief of Police and Citizens Advisory Committee, and I heard that Chief Nikolai has been asked to cut his budget dramatically, which includes potential layoffs. I would prefer that the $1 million be spent to better support our police department with better trainings on de-escalations and or to be spent on small businesses to help them stay in business during this COVID crisis. We can't afford to lose our small businesses and lose all that potential tax revenue in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll have staff respond to that. But we have another speaker?
Yes, Jordan Nunes.
I'm sorry, Nora, I'm having a hard time understanding you.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
He understood you. Thank you. Yes, go ahead. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor and Council members, on behalf of the Santa Clara County Association of Realtors and our 6,000 members, we support the continued funding of the Emergency Rental Assistance Program for Santa Clara residents. SCORE understands the concerns surrounding evictions and loss of income during this health and economic crisis, and for this reason, SCORE supports this equitable measure to help the most vulnerable of tenants in a way that does not add to the burden of housing providers. Continuing to provide funding for the rental assistance program limits households from arduous back rent payments, and it provides a sense of security for vulnerable tenants who fear losing their homes and the ability to shelter safely during this pandemic. It also provides a much needed source of revenue for small housing providers who are struggling to pay mortgages, property taxes, utilities, maintenance costs, and other expenses. The rental assistance program provides much needed support to limit foreclosures, which would increase displacement and worsen the housing crisis. The rental assistance program is a creative solution needed to help solve our housing crisis without placing the financial burden on any one segment of the population. We strongly support the continued allocation of funds to the rental assistance program and thank the city for their efforts to protect both vulnerable tenants and housing providers during this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have any other public speakers?
I don't see any more public speakers, but I have an
Want to read
e-comment.
the e-comment?
Sure.
Thank you.
This is from Susan Hinton. It states, I support building low-income housing, especially for families. It's unfortunate that despite saying there will be 120 units in 6 stories plus 1 floor of parking on 1.41 acres, there are no development plans. Will the top of the building be stepped back from neighboring houses to prevent overshadowing? Will there be enough parking? If so, this is a more important project than the others, accepting food and rental assistance. By the way, what do Benton residents think about Class 2 bike lanes? End of comment.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other, no speakers, no comments? All right, City Manager, did you want to address the comments of that first speaker?
Sure. I just want to clarify that these are CARES Act funds and that we are not pulling from the existing general fund. We are using the CARES Act fund by replacing previous funds that we used for CARES Act and reimbursing the general fund, and then using one-time funds for purposes of offering the rebate. The difference between the discussion that may have been had at the chief's level is that each department has been given target number for ongoing reductions, and that is a number to address projected shortfall. These are one-time dollars that need to be expended by the end of December. And of course, the general fund allowing for us to free them up allows for us to provide a deeper rebate during the same time of crisis that we've all talked about with the rate increases. I do also want to acknowledge that it is premature to speak to layoffs. The city passed a balanced budget in July, and in large part because of a lot of the fiscal planning that we had done ahead of schedule. And we will be bringing forward on September 29th the check-in with the council in terms of where we are right now with respect to new numbers and new projections with the COVID-related budget shortfall and our planning efforts. We have a lot going on with respect to continuing to control expenditures as well as working with our labor groups. And so I hope to bring some information that further informs the public. But speaking towards layoffs right now would be premature, and the council has been very clear that that's our last resort.
Thank you very much. I'm glad. I always want to correct the misinformation that's out there, because right now there's a lot of misinformation out there. So I know that our budget discussion on the 29th, right, will be quite helpful for those that are spreading misinformation. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, our item number 4 we have is another helpful item, which is action on an emergency ordinance establishing a temporary limit on third-party delivery service fees during the COVID-19 emergency. City Manager.
Hi, this is another Ruth Shikata special. It's her night tonight to present good programs in support of our small businesses. So Ruth?
Good evening again, Mayor and members of the City Council. Ruth Shikata, Assistant City Manager. So as the City Manager mentioned earlier tonight, we have a package of programs to help our community out during the COVID crisis. And so, let's see, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to forward right now. Okay, it looks like the council PC is running the presentation, so I'm just going to talk through it. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so the city has continued to look for ways to support our local businesses, and so far what the council has approved has been a small business assistance grant program, flexible utility rate program, free and streamlined permitting processes, and easing of restrictions of certain land uses to allow businesses to comply with the health order. Next slide. So staff has been also conducting some business visits, either call-in check-ins or checking with businesses in person if they're operating on the outside. And we wanted to see how they were doing, especially some of our restaurants. And during those check-in visits, restaurants expressed concern with some of the fees that are being charged by third-party delivery services, and that sometimes these fees are as high as 30%. So while indoor dining is still not allowed in many counties throughout the state, these businesses are really relying on outdoor dining pickup and delivery. So next slide. Not all of the restaurants are able to operate on the outside, so these restaurants particularly are impacted by the costs associated with deliveries. So these third-party delivery companies right now are providing very convenient services, contactless services that provide assistance really to the restaurants and to the consumer. But there are a number of fees that the restaurants pay to participate in programs such as these. There's service fees, there are delivery fees, and then there are some credit card fees. Next slide. So what we did is that we looked at other communities throughout the state, and there are a number of communities that have also already put caps on the delivery fees that can be charged to restaurants for this service. So you see them here, Berkeley, Fremont, San Leandro, Santa Cruz, San Francisco, and Los Angeles. Recently, last week, I think the city of South San Francisco has also approved a 15% cap on delivery fees that can be charged to restaurants. All of these caps are in place just during the declaration of emergency, so that none of these caps are what we would call "quote unquote" permanent caps. So next slide. So social distancing is expected to remain in force for the foreseeable future, and this threatens the loss of employment for our residents, and the loss of income. So as state anti-gouging laws don't provide for any protections in the marketplace for food delivery services. Staff is recommending that the council adopt an emergency ordinance which would enable the city to ensure the continuity of essential food services for its residents and to protect against potential predatory activity during this period of emergency. So our recommendation on the emergency ordinance would put a cap at the per order fee of 15%. It would deem it unlawful for the delivery companies to retain any portion of the driver's gratuities to make up for any losses associated with delivery. We'd require these third-party delivery services to disclose all the fees being charged to the consumer, so including the gratuity, fees charged to the restaurant, and if the restaurant was offering any discounts, that needed to be disclosed. And that if adopted tonight, it would become immediately effective. And next slide. So as I mentioned earlier, that the emergency ordinance would be in place only until the emergency is in effect. And because we're recommending an emergency ordinance be adopted tonight and which will be effective immediately, we are also in the ordinance, it says that if between September 2nd and September 9th that these delivery companies impose the fee that's more than 50%, that they wouldn't be in violation of our emergency ordinance if they provide a refund to the restaurant before September 19th. We have outreach to the major delivery companies and got an acknowledgement from 2 of them, and so we'll continue to outreach to them to make sure that they understand what our local ordinance is, and then we do also have an outreach plan to talk to our communicate with our restaurants. Can you have the next slide, please? So because we are putting this cap in place, there might be some potential unintended consequences of the emergency ordinance that we just wanted to disclose to the council so that they understood, you understood. So whereas the ordinance would cap the delivery fees charged to the restaurants, this may cause a higher delivery cost to the consumer. So that it would not prevent, this ordinance would not prevent the third-party delivery companies from charging consumers additional delivery costs for the service. There might be reduced marketing services for Santa Clara restaurants, so that the apps may push users to restaurants outside of Santa Clara. There could be potentially reduced delivery areas, so that whereas right now you can get something that's delivered that might be 10 miles away, it might be a smaller radius where the consumer can actually get a delivery. There's potential for some workforce reduction and overall reduction in driver's pay. These are unintended consequences that we've noted from staff reports in other cities, but just based upon some conversations, we haven't seen a lot of these things occur. We have seen that there was reports that there were some reduced delivery areas because companies could not recoup enough money to service. For an example, I did read an article where that Treasure Island was impacted because the cost to deliver food from the city to Treasure Island was more than what they could charge the consumer and the restaurants. And next slide, please. So as I mentioned, that there needs to be a good outreach program. We've been outreaching to the delivery companies. We are planning for further outreach. We are poised to do a news release and some social media blasts within the next day, pending council approval. And then we will work with the chamber and its members to make sure that they understand the council's action and that there would be a cap on the fees that the delivery companies could charge them. So with that, our recommendation is the council adopt emergency ordinance, establishing a temporary limit on third-party food delivery service fees during the COVID-19 emergency, which is the next slide. That's the end of my report.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Councilmember Davis, followed by Vice Mayor Hardy.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Ruth, can you explain to me what triggered this? Having to do this emergency ordinance right away? Were we having complaints in our city? Could you just let me know what the trigger was on this?
Sure. Well, it started when we went out and visited some of the restaurants that received the small business assistance grants. And then some of them they're very grateful for the grant, but they did mention that that they really rely on delivery service, and it was getting hard because the fees that were being charged were a lot. They were high. They were in the 30% range. And so then that's when we started to look at benchmarking other cities and what they were doing, and noticing that some of the other cities had already started putting in a cap. I think that the first one we found was I think San Francisco put a cap on their fees as of April, and then so Berkeley took action in July. Los Angeles took action in June. So it was one of those ones that we had been looking at and monitoring, and then this plus we did start to hear just a little bit of feedback from others. We got one or two email about asking whether or not that we might be able to establish a cap to help out restaurants.
Okay, thank you very much for the clarification. So I would definitely like to make a motion for staff recommendation on this one.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and I was going to tell Councilmember Davis that I've received several complaints, and I have one of the restaurant owners who actually requested this as well is ready to speak under our public presentation. So after the council makes the comments, we'll go to the public so that he can speak as well and give us a perspective from the small business restaurant owner. All right, we have a motion and a second. Why did this knock me out here? Councilmember Chahal, followed by Vice Mayor Hardy, and then Councilmember Watanabe. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. And I do acknowledge that this is in the right step we are taking for our restaurant businesses. They are one of the business sectors which has been impacted by COVID-19 to a large extent. And the money, 30% money going to overheads basically is sort of not acceptable when their revenue has gone down. And so this is in the right direction. I appreciate the city taking this action after looking at other cities, what they're doing. And just to recap, the delivery companies have been doing much more business than what they were doing earlier. So their economies of scale has gone up, and they should not be charging all these additional fees. So I fully support this cap of 15%, and I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Hardy, followed by Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Nadine. I appreciate you giving us the history and the other cities. And what I want to know is it's restaurants in Santa Clara, or if it is just if something is delivered in Santa Clara, or is that if it's both? I want to understand that.
It would apply to restaurants in Santa Clara.
Okay, no matter where they're going to be delivering, if they're on the edges of Santa Clara. That is correct. Okay.
Because we're capping the fees being charged to our restaurants.
Okay. And this does not apply to pickup, just delivery, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for this detailed report, Ruth. We know how much our restaurants, have been impacted. And so I was wondering if you know prior to COVID and the shelter in place, do we know what the percentage was prior to that? And I'm just curious to know if the percentage changed after the shelter in place went into effect, because a lot of people have been getting delivery at home.
My understanding is that the percentages were ranging. Pre-COVID, it was really the relationship between the restaurant owner and the delivery company. And so pre-COVID, I understood that they were ranging, between 15 to 25%-ish, and somewhere in that range, 15 and in some cases even pre-COVID might have been in the 30. But then I think that my understanding is that post-COVID, when there are a lot of more restaurants that are using the delivery services that may not have needed to prior to that, and then secondly, that some of the fees have, like in general, have crept up a bit during COVID.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it, and I'm happy for the motion as well. So thank you for the report, Ruth.
Sure.
We have a motion and a second already, right? Okay, yeah, thank you. I just wanted to double check. All right, I'm going to go to our public now, and the first is the business owner that I talked about that has been, that we've been in contact with at City Hall, who specifically requested this as well. Mr. Navin Teknadani. Navin, are you on?
Yes, yes, I'm on.
Okay, great. Welcome, Navin.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead with your comments.
Yes, thank you to the entire team for giving me the opportunity to talk. I am one of the owners of a fine dine restaurant in Santa Clara, and I just want to highlight a few points. Thank you for everyone's support. I strongly support the 15% delivery charge. Being in Santa Clara, we are highly dependent on corporate revenue to survive as a fine dine restaurant. We are not, fine dine restaurants are highly dependent on corporate revenue, which is almost disappeared. We also usually saw people fly in for their projects and dine in Santa Clara as part of the Silicon Valley culture. So all the consultant jobs who were traveling every week and dining at our restaurants, in fact, sometimes Wednesdays and Thursdays used to be the highest revenue because of corporate travel, and that has disappeared for us. Another lady asked us about delivery. We can only deliver up to 8 miles on Uber Eats and DoorDash. So it is highly crucial that Uber Eats and DoorDash, which account for 90% of the delivery revenue that restaurants are earning right now, that Uber Eats and DoorDash should reduce the fees to 15%. The revenue for Uber Eats and DoorDash is already quite high, so I'm sure they can easily afford it. And one last thing I want to say is that, unlike Fremont and other residential areas, Santa Clara surviving in a fine dine kind of a situation, fine dine restaurants are not going to survive if the delivery fee is more than 15%, simply because our margins are not that high, and our rentals are much higher than a regular restaurant, and we are not even getting as many rental breaks right now. We have to pay back later. So it is highly important that that fine dine restaurants get this. And if you guys have any questions, I'm open right now to talk and answer any questions.
Thank you, Navin. We appreciate you bringing this to our attention as well. I think it's interesting about the rents. The rents are still high, but you still have to survive. But thank you. If you hold tight in case any council members, we'll go through the public presentation in case any council members have any questions for you afterwards. The next public member we have is Suds Jane. No? All right, now we have, do we have e-comments?
Not
None?
on this
No
item.
e-comments. Any other public members? Okay. Is there any council members that might have questions of Naveen? Anyone? Okay, seeing none, I have a motion and a second for approval. Assistant City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you, staff, so much for bringing that forward and bringing it to our attention, and we'll get the word out to the restaurants that this is what we've, oh, may I ask, when would this take effect, City Attorney? So we know and our restaurants will know?
It's already in effect. You passed it. It's an
Oh,
emergency
okay, it's been
ordinance.
in effect for less than a minute, but it's
Yes.
in effect. Okay, very good. Thank you so much. I'm going to ask if we could take a 5-minute break because, well, let me start this for the next item, which is action. Hold on a second. Discussion and direction on the possible relocation of the Santa Clara County Courthouse located at 1095 Homestead Road, Santa Clara. I'll be recusing myself on this item because my office is in the Franklin Mall, which is close to this location. So I am going to be leaving the dais, and Vice Mayor Hardy's going to take over, but I need to clean this area. So if we can just take a 5-minute break. Thank you.
To ask. Deanna, I wanted to know who is going to, on the staff, recess. I'm Karen Hardy, the vice mayor. The mayor has had to recuse herself from item number 5, so I will be handling this. That is a discussion on the direction on the possible relocation of Santa Clara County Courthouse located at 1095 Homestead, including authorization discussions on the state of California Judicial Council. And we'll start with our city manager, Deanna Santana, will give us that report. Thank you.
Sure. I just want to have the slides pulled up, please.
Yes.
Just wanted to frame, in light of the recent discussions that have been had regarding the courthouse and its potential relocation, we thought it would be a good opportunity to bring back just a larger update on the downtown precise plan. And so we have a brief agenda that I'll just walk through. Manuel will walk us through where we're at with the downtown precise plan. He'll frame the issues around the courthouse and the property, and then I'll review the draft proposed letter that was included in the packet and some areas of needed clarification on the acquisition process. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Manuel, and then he'll hand it back over to me.
Manuel?
Manuel?
Is he muted or?
Manuel, can you unmute yourself? You can press star 6
He
on
is
your phone.
muted.
Little technical difficulty.
You can press
here.
star 6 on your phone if you're called in. There you go.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
There he
We were
is.
just enjoying a picture of our staff member here. Thank you.
I apologize. A little different than earlier today. So, so to start off, as Deanna, it's a pleasure to be here tonight. Manuel Pineda, Assistant City Manager. Just wanted to start, as Deanna mentioned, with just a brief discussion on where we're at on the downtown precise plan. So what you have in front of you is a map that many of you have seen here before, and of course, the precise plan area is bounded by Benton, Madison, Lafayette, and Homestead. The area is approximately 24.1 acres. Most of it's privately owned, about 18.1 of it, and we're all familiar with it. A lot of different uses within that property area. Of course, as we all know, the city owns about 6 acres, which you can see in that kind of bluish color. And the area just north of the courthouse is actually owned by the city as well. It's a parking area, but it does have some limitations. So a lot has happened on the downtown precise plan over the last 2.5 years, and just briefly want to go through that. As you know, over 2017 and 2018, there were some negotiations with Prometheus for sections of Franklin and Washington streets, which were a huge priority for both the community as well as the council as it relates to bringing back the grid street system. In June of 2018, council approved the term for a 10-year option with Prometheus to get those easements for the future. In addition to that, July 2018, about a month later, the council approved $400,000 for downtown consultant services. And to finish off a busy 2018, in October, we had a discussion with the council on the formation of the downtown task force as part of a study session, coming back in December of that year to get formal council approval of the task force. We did also hold the first meeting in December of 18. And really one of the key components of the discussion was that the council was very strong in making sure the task force members had input on the consultant RFQ and they had their fingerprints on it. And we went through that process, including in March 27, the task force selecting 2 of their members to participate in the consultant selection process with city staff. It's not a typical process, but it was a very comprehensive process, and allowed us all, both the task force and the city staff, to be able to work together on selecting a consultant we're all happy with. And fortunately, in July, we actually had a unanimous election, both by the task force representatives and staff, of our consultant, Roberts, Wallace, and Todd LLC. In October of that same year, council approved that consultant contract. I'm not going to go through all the elements, but it was a comprehensive contract that included community outreach, included different land use plans, as well as a very important component, both the task force, the community, and of course the council, that financial analysis of the project. Finishing off with one last slide, we did have six task force meetings in December, July, October, February, and March. And we were ready to keep going. And as you know, from COVID-19 came along, and from March to September, we had some delays as we tried to figure out what the best way to continue the process was going to be, or if we could wait for an opportunity for us to get back together again. In the interim, the council kept moving forward, and in June of 2020, as part of the budget process, they approved $1.8 million to execute the option with Prometheus for Franklin and Washington easements. And that's not for construction, but one of the key components of that agreement is the first 4 years we had a fixed price so we can get the easements for future use. And that $1.8 million is going to allow us to move forward with that part of the agreement. I do have to note that that's just for the easement acquisition. It does not include construction costs. That would be a future project. In addition to that, an additional $100,000 was added to that $400,000 that we already had for consultant services. At this point, we're scheduled for our next task force meeting. It's going to be on September 10, 2020. And a key component of that is that when the email went out for that task force meeting number 7, we did share also a work plan with the task force for the next 8 meetings. And what we're looking at doing, and CDD is taking a great lead on this, that we'll be doing about 1 meeting a month starting in September 2020 all the way to April 2021. Also have to note that the task force gave us some feedback on the next agenda, and happy to work with them to make sure that the agenda includes both the items staff is interested in as well as the items task force is interested in, so we can have a comprehensive discussion as the project picks up again. So from a task force perspective, a lot has been accomplished. Of course, the RFQ process, like we talked about, there was a full discussion and review of the community outreach that was completed over a 2-year period in 2015, 2017. We have a conditions report that's being completed. We looked at all the opportunities and constraints. There were interviews and market studies that were completed. And then the initial land use framework and scenarios have been discussed as the task force. In addition to that, we had a community input process. We had to get creative because of the limitations that we had, but we had additional community outreach. Also want to note that's been a lot of discussion about the financial analysis, and as one of the key items in the agenda and the items that we sent to the task force is that we were planning to share the financial analysis with the task force at the next task force meetings for a future discussion date. So with that, of course, today the focus is on the courthouse property, and you see it here in blue where it's located. I think most of us are familiar with it at 1095 Homestead Road. It's about 1.25 acre parcel with the courthouse, and as I mentioned, we own the parking lot on the north side. However, there's some limitations about parking replacement if that ever redevelops. The property is owned by the state of California for the assessor's parcel map, and is operated by the Superior Court of California in the county of Santa Clara. As you know, on August 25th, Council directed us to submit a letter to the state. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Deanna to talk about that letter.
Thank you. We can go to the next slide. So in the packet, there's a letter dated September 2nd. It's a draft proposed letter, as I referenced during the earlier conversation, that we do want to be transparent around our communications to the state on the city's interest. The selling of a state-owned property is a very formal process, and we did talk about this a little bit as the need to become updated with what the process is, recognizing that some of us had previous experience. You'll find as well in your packet Government Code 11011, And you'll see that it was effective January 1st, 2020. And so that provides us some reference in terms of how the state disposes of state-owned property. The goal of the letter was to express the City of Santa Clara is inquiring about the Judicial Council's position and its interest in either selling or redeveloping the property, and to confirm the process as we understand it. We also wanted to express that we are providing an update on and strong community support, and that there is underway a task force that is developing a precise plan. We emphasized the community's interest in relocating the courthouse and or redeveloping the property, and are asking for confirmation of a number of items and questions to have a productive process. So let's go to the next slide and get into more detail. So one of the first obvious inquiries that we have to make is whether the property owned by the state of California is under the jurisdiction of the Judicial Council. We believe it is, based on preliminary conversations, and as well as whether there's interest in its relocation and understand any existing terms that may impact this goal. Whether there's a commitment for a certain period of time for the court to operate within the facility, or any other restrictions. We also know that we have to comply with Code 11011, and just generally speaking, it's a couple pages long, but quickly. The process entails that the Department of General Services reports annually through the legislature on the land declared excess and requests authorization to dispose of the land by sale or otherwise. So we'll want to get the estimated time frame for when this process occurs and track it closely. The Department of General Services shall also determine whether or not the use of the land is needed by any other state agency. So we'll also want to track whether any state agencies avail themselves with having interest in the facility and work through the process to obtain it. And also the Department of General Services shall sell the land or otherwise dispose of the same pursuant. And that's where we'll want to make ourselves noticed and that we have an interest if that's how the council would like to proceed. The city would like to understand the Judicial Council's position regarding a possible sale of the property, as well as further clarification as we've already described. So let's go to the next slide. So as you know, once we engage in these conversations, you can't come without a funding strategy, because obviously this is the intent of the discussion, and they would have an expectation that we would have a funding strategy. And so we are sharing that we have, periodically we provide a listing of all of the city's reserves. The council does have a land reserve. It's currently at $22.7 million. But we also know that there's other priorities and impacts. And so the city council would want to have a discussion around a funding strategy and the use of the land reserve. The city may need to receive an appraisal and complete other due diligence before making a firm offer and understanding any other real estate transactions that we would need to put into place to successfully complete a transaction, a purchase transaction. And we have made some calls through our CDD department to get more information and additional direction, and we have not yet received clarity. So with respect to what we were able to put together over the last week, this is as far as we've got. We think we have enough in the letter to express our interest, and we are proposing that if there is interest, we can definitely get that moving along tomorrow, get it in the mail. So with that, that's the end of our presentation, and we can take questions.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. I have questions first from Councilmember Chahal and then from Councilmember Davis, please. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, City Manager and Mr. Manuel, for the presentation and giving us all the historical background as well as all the facts. And I appreciate what we have done since our last meeting and drafting of that letter to Judicial Council, and taking into account all the meetings we have with the task force. So I really want to thank you, both of you, for that, and all the team which has reached to this stage. Now, I would also like to thank the task force as well as ROD, where because of these two organizations, like we are here at this advanced stage, sort of advanced stage, looking at really bringing the downtown back to our city of Santa Clara. So, and the letter which city manager has written is the first step and it's in the right direction. And it is like we can review. And I know city manager has mentioned that she has an experience while she was in Sunnyvale to deal with this type of scenario. So that experience will come handy for this process. So what I would like to thank everybody on this task force and ROD as well as the staff. And I would like to make a motion so that we advise the staff, we direct the staff to formally start the process of relocation of the courthouse and actively discussion with the Judicial Council. That would be one of my part of my motion. And I know we had continuous meetings with the task force in the past, but because of COVID, we could not. And I'm glad that those meetings have been rescheduled from September onwards. So that was my other ask, that we should continue our meetings with the task force so that we can take a feedback from our task force residents and redevelopment ROD, basically. And my next thing is,
Councilmember, I'm asking, you made a motion. Can we, I want to make certain I'm really clear on what that is, and I may need counsel. If I heard you correctly, you said you wanted to make a motion on starting the relocation. What we have here is a letter, and staff is just asking for direction at this point. So I want to ask, what is your motion specifically?
So my motion, Vice Mayor, is that we direct the staff to formally ask to start the process of finding out options to relocate the courthouse and start an active discussion with Judicial Council. And that will be in supplement to whatever we need to do in supplement of the letter we are sending to them. So that's my motion.
Thank you. I want to ask council's direction on this because a letter has not been sent. I'm just a little concerned that we're real clear on a motion that would be appropriate. Council?
Well, we have the agenda item stated up there. So the agenda item says discussion and direction. So you can give direction on the possible relocation of the courthouse, including authorizing discussions with the state of California, Judicial Council, as well as direct the city manager to send the letter.
Okay.
And so those would be very clear and appropriate.
So within the
items.
motion,
if you want to add something to that, then you should say clearly what that add is.
So I want to make
I
certain.
would only add
yes,
that
please.
that in addition, Brian Wells said, I would only add that in addition that the council direct us to come back to discuss the funding strategy because we should have a conversation about the land reserve.
Thank you. So I'm wondering, maker of the motion, did you want that letter to be sent first? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Vice Mayor, that is part and parcel of the motion.
Okay. So the motion is to send the letter that the city manager has drafted and to continue the conversation. Is that what I'm understanding?
That is correct, Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
I would like to add, in addition to what City Attorney Brian Doyle mentioned, that I would also like the staff to engage with, under this motion, engage with state legislature or senators for any help which we might need to accomplish this. Give them direction to, they can contact the state legislature and our state senator to achieve.
Is that part of the motion? I haven't asked for a second yet. I want to make certain I'm clear on the motion.
Yes, that's part of the motion.
The motion is to, can you put that in one sentence? The motion to send the letter, to direct staff to continue the process, and to use any what?
Start the process of relocation of the courthouse and active discussion with the Judicial Council, and that includes sending the letter, and then contact the city, the state legislature or senators to move forward with the process if we need their help on this one. So that staff is directed, we can contact them.
So you're telling staff to contact the state legislature, which is not in session at this point?
If need be, and we can contact them for whatever clarity. If the, let's say, Judicial Council has some questions and it come to some lobbying is needed from the state legislature or the senator, so we can contact their good offices to get feedback from them how we can do this in totality. The staff doesn't have to come back to us asking for this motion that, oh, we need to contact them. Can we contact them? It's a broad guideline. Or I can put whatever staff need to do to accomplish this process.
I guess my point is, council member, that staff does not lobby the legislature. I'm wondering if you want to just keep your motion to the point of the letter and to continue the process. I'd like, council would like to weigh in on this, please.
Yeah, I just would like to kind of, from what little I know about how the legislature works, at this point, there's an election in November, and I don't think they can even introduce any bills or anything at this point, and so that the introduction of new bills would begin in January, and that's when we would have new legislators. Assemblymember Chu is no longer going to be our representative. So I think in terms of providing direction either to the staff or to other council members could speak to the state legislators that represent Santa Clara. I think that should probably wait for until we know more about what we were actually looking for. And it might be better to have this discussion of what contact we should make with the legislature after the election.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
I'd like to just suggest that the first step is to work with the Department of General Services and for us to find out the process and the timelines that they use to go through the articulated steps in 11011. And then during based on what I'm hearing from Councilmember Shahal, we understand that if needed, we can put a letter together for council members to sign to express interest of the city's goal to other elected officials in Sacramento, and we can certainly work on having those letters developed and advanced. But the first step is really for us to find out the schedule from the Department of General Services, and I can report that back in a future council meeting so that we're all on the same page with what the timeline is that we're working with.
Thank you. The maker of the motion, I need to make certain it's real clear. Are you fine with a letter and directing staff to continue the process and exploring possibilities?
That's correct.
Would that be acceptable? Do I have a second to that motion?
This is Councilmember O'Neill. I'll second.
Councilmember O'Neill, thank you for the second. Okay, we can have a discussion. Are there any questions now from council members on the motion before I open it up to the public?
Madam Vice Mayor, may I just read back what I've heard?
Would you like a
just since it's
restatement?
fresh?
Yes.
Okay, so I have direct staff to send the drafted letter, formally begin the process to relocate the courthouse, have active discussions with the Judicial Council, return to council to discuss a budget strategy and a report from the Department of General Services.
Thank you. Maker and second, that's clear?
That's correct, yeah.
Thank you. And the second? Concurs.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do I have any questions from any of the council members?
Councilmember Davis.
Councilmember Davis, please. Councilmember Davis, can you unmute yourself?
Hello? Oh,
Thank you. There you are. Yes.
There. Okay. Yeah. I had my hand raised and I was wondering why you bypassed me, but okay. So I want to thank you, City Manager, for the clarification because I was totally confused by what the ask was, because when the process to me is the letter and then following the process through the real estate and you're in that right direction. But the way it was stated, were we going to be paying for the relocation of this courthouse and the cost of that? So that's why I was confused as to what the motion was. And I wasn't going to second it because that shouldn't be our burden to move the courthouse with money that we can't even identify. So if I'm clear, it's a staff recommendation, the motion, is that what it was? That you send a letter out and we continue the process?
Yes, that is the motion.
Okay, so we're not moving the courthouse. We are not spending any city money to do that. Is that clear?
That is correct at this point.
We don't know the answer.
Okay.
At this point, we need to hear from the Department of General Services and to understand whether they even consider it as surplus space based on the government code.
Okay, yeah, because I thought that the presentation was extremely clear, but then when we got to the motion, and there was confusion. So I will support moving forward with the letter if that's what was stated, and follow the process that is in play, because I think that staff presented the case, and I wanted to also thank Manuel for stepping up, having more meetings with the downtown on this project. It was a goal setting of ours to make this a top priority. I understand COVID came, but there are things that really need to be taken care of, and this was one of them. But we're still following the process, and thank you, Manuel, for the timeline. I really appreciated that because there were some things that were said from some people that were just unwarranted and it just kind of aggravated me a little bit. But I think that we're in the right position right now and moving forward and letting staff continue with this item. So I will support the motion.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Davis. Councilmember Watanabe, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yes, I have a couple of questions. City Manager, you mentioned the land reserve and how much was in there. What was it? About 22 or 27 million dollars?
22.7.
22.
Okay, yeah. I knew there was a 2 and a 7. Okay, so I want to make sure I understand the intent of the letter. Is it about relocating the courthouse or purchasing the land?
Well, the intent of the letter is to first find out what's the position of the state and the courthouse using that facility. If they have no intention of declaring it surplus and going through the department outlined in the government code, then we'll hear that from them. If they are interested in the letter and understanding the community support and the precise planned process underway, then we will certainly express to them what our interest is. However, the likeliness of going through a process without having any cost associated, I don't think is very real. I think that obviously, as we are making a request for relocation and going through the process, there are going to inherently be costs associated. And so we need to be prepared once we hear from the state to understand what might those costs be. If there's a swap or any other type of creative land transaction, which there certainly can be, then we need to understand what those associated costs are. And if there's an acquisition and that's the intent, And maybe there's other people other agencies that are interested in acquiring that land as well once the state declares it surplus. If that's the outcome, then they're likely would be looking and motivated by a sale. We don't know those answers until we engage in conversation with them and their position about the land.
Okay, so I've got two more questions.
Okay.
Number one, and thank you for that. I understand. The question, one question regards the history. Do we know what the historical nature is of the courthouse? I'm not quite sure. I think it was built in the 70s from what I know. But I mean, what is the historical nature? Is it something that would be declared a historical landmark that may inhibit any possibility of it being moved, or the land so that the land underneath it could be utilized for the downtown? So that's just one question. I don't know if if a question like that has been incorporated into the letter, but I think it's very important to know that in terms of moving forward. My second question, or partially is a concern, when the Agnews property was being looked at by the school district to build the new campus, if that was land originally owned by the state. And I remember it was a long process, and I actually reached out to, he was then Assembly Member Bob Wachowski, to help intervene on our behalf with the Department of General Services, because the state can sell the property for, at what I understand, and if I remember correctly, they could sell it for whatever they wanted to sell it for. The school district was fortunate to be able to get it for fair market value, and that was after a lot of negotiation and discussions between Assembly Member Wachowski and the school district. But at the same time, the state had every right to be able to sell the land for as much as they wanted to, because it was very valuable land. And I just want to say, this is very valuable land that's underneath this courthouse. And so whether or not $22.7 million is going to cut it, I don't know, or somebody else is going to want to come in and offer to purchase it. That's a whole nother story that we'll have to come to once we hear back from the state. But, I think we have to be realistic in what this land could potentially cost, and especially if the state could possibly sell it for as much as they wanted to. So those are my concerns. But at the same time, I'm supportive of the letter. But if there's a way that we can add something about the historical background, ask the state for the historical background of the courthouse, and that will help us make a determination as well. And I would like to add that as part of the letter going to the state. And if it needs to be a friendly amendment, if it's acceptable, I'd like to do that, and also, and in addition, support the letter going to the state.
In lieu of that question and a possible friendly amendment, Manuel, are you able to answer the historic nature of that? My understanding is there isn't any, but I'd like your thoughts.
Yeah, we could not answer, we can't answer that question at that time. We're not aware of any history, but as with any project, if something moves forward, the appropriate analysis would have to be completed, certainly as part of the conversations. Once they get back to us, we could ask if they have any additional information, but that certainly would be a process unto itself if the project progresses in that direction.
Yeah, I think
but
what
we don't have
could
anything
do,
at this time.
Yeah, for purposes of the letter, what we could do is bring back my understanding, and I'm not certain if anyone of our staff members has more detail, is there's a process that organizations or residents or other entities can follow to file consideration for designation of a historical landmark. and that falls into different categories. And this would obviously be a structure that that someone could decide to advance on. And so I don't think that the judicial council would answer that question. I think I would need to work with the appropriate state office or division that deals with designation of historical landmarks, and that would be a separate parallel process.
So if I'm understanding correctly, City Manager, that you'd like the letter to go first to the Judicial Council so that we can determine what the state's thoughts are and start a process before we ask very specific details. Is that correct?
Yes, and separately, there could be some work on just determining whether there is any documentation on file to designate this as a historical landmark, or whether it's been designated already in the past, or what's its current status.
Okay, thank you so much. Did you want to try and put forth a friendly amendment, or with that thought, do you want to not do that, Councilmember Watanabe?
Based on what the city manager just said, it sounds like it would be a separate process or a different department as opposed to the judicial council. So I'm happy with sending the letter as it's proposed. However, I definitely feel like we need to have additional follow-up regarding the possible historical history of the courthouse as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And Councilmember Watanabe
Yes.
is absolutely correct. It's a very long process if that's the case to have it designated.
It sounds to me that the city manager is very aware of your concerns, and that we'll make that part of the process. Thank you. Was that it, Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Neill, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I'll just make a brief comment about the historic thing. I think I know what that's about. I'm not sure, but I think it has to do in a similar nature as to what happened with the family court building down in downtown San Jose, like at Park and Almaden. And I think because that building in and of itself, both of the courthouse, the family court building and the traffic court building in Santa Clara, aren't of an age in and of themselves to be considered historic, or that had historic events happen there. I think the allusion is to the style of architecture. And I know last week I was struggling to remember, and now I remember. It's both of those buildings are what are considered what they call a brutalist style. And I know that there was an attempt to save the building downtown, the family court building. And I went through the process, and it was viewed as not being historic or whatever. And I know that because the developer, I think as soon as they got that opinion, they both, it's coming down. So I think that that's what the references to the historic nature has to do as to whether it would be deemed to be a really important example of that style of architecture. So the city, I agree with the city manager that would, we could even look into what happened with the family court building downtown. So my question or my concern, and I think it's way too early, but as we start down this path, and the city manager very rightfully so wants to talk about a funding strategy. And so one of the questions when we get to that point, and obviously we have to look at the land sale reserve and get an appraisal, would be, when we get to the point, probably, I'm not sure, a couple of years from now or whatever, or maybe, I think that that's probably realistic, or maybe sooner, that if an RFP went out, to developers to try to make the specific plan or precise plan actually come to life, would there be a way to, and this may be way too early for this question, but would there be a way to recoup if the city expends most of its land sale reserve to get that piece of property? Could we somehow recoup some of that in the development process?
City manager, do you want to speak to that, since it sounds like that's dependent for a council member's vote?
Absolutely. Councilmember O'Neill, you're a couple of steps ahead, and that's great
Yeah.
because, as I mentioned on the slide, is that once we get a response from the Judicial Council, or if there's any interest in having a discussion, we do need to get a funding strategy from the City Council so that we know what type of options. And so, what you just spoke to is a funding strategy that the council may want to consider as we bring this forward. It definitely is a beginning of fleshing out ideas.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, I don't have any other questions from council. I would like to open this up to public members who would like to speak to this motion. Anyone
Vice Mayor,
here?
I have 4 speakers already in
Four,
line.
please. Start with us.
Mr. Bob O'Keefe.
Okay. Mr. O'Keefe, please come forward. And since we're 20 feet away, you may take off your mask. It's much easier to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Bob O'Keefe, lifelong resident in Santa Clara. First of all, I want to thank you all for bringing this item back today from last week's meeting and originally from Mr. Undersack's meeting 2 weeks ago. I like what I'm hearing. I like that the city's committing to starting the process of what we both asked. I like the idea about the letter. That is one way to start. And I also heard the city manager mention some other types of conversations that could be going on while that letter is still going through the process. And I really believe that that needs to happen. Some of the discussions that can happen would be simply calling them up. Hey, did you receive our letter? What's the next steps? And just following through to make sure this letter isn't sitting on someone's desk for 2, 3, 4 months at a time. While we talk about the best way to do that, I think I heard this a couple times, is we do have a downtown community task force made up of a large segment of our society, community members. I know Reclaim Our Downtown's on there, the Old Quad, several other community groups, the University of Santa Clara. They are an official body of the city of Santa Clara as this task force. And I would urge using them for quite a bit of discussions and keeping them in the discussions and getting their opinion from them. When they were formed, they were actually a advisory body to the council. And I don't think they've advised anything so far. So I would suggest that they themselves pick out 2 people, a chair, a co-chair, or vice chairs, and start reporting back to the council after each meeting and be involved in these discussions. And they can actually report at a council meeting, just as every council member does of their activities, and it can alleviate a lot of this anxiety and get direct from the task force to the council members. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. O'Keefe. Appreciate that.
Next
one?
next
Yes,
speaker
we have to
is-
wipe down, so give us a second.
Sure. Is Gary Barvey, then followed by Adam Thompson on the phone.
As we mentioned, we're taking every precaution we can. I will ask the city manager while we're wiping this down to make clear, those task force meetings are public meetings, are they not?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Gary Barv. I am running for City Council in Santa Clara District 6. I am endorsed by the Silicon Valley
I'm
Republican.
sorry, we're speaking to the motion.
Yes, I am.
You may
Can
just
I introduce myself?
You just introduce yourself, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
My name is Gary Barv. I am in support of relocating the courthouse to make space for a downtown that is modern and attractive to our community. A modern downtown will give us an opportunity to grow our business as a city, create jobs, and facilitate more community interaction together. I am also in support of building vertically in our Franklin Square downtown. I am confident that doing this will bring down apartment rent prices substantially by the economics demand and supply principle. If we increase the supply of apartments in our Franklin Square downtown and the demand grows at expected rate, rent prices will come down, helping solve the housing crisis not just for the 10% or 15% of Santa Clarans, but for all Santa Clarans. There is also a study that shows that for every square mile of downtown in the US, The city generates approximately $50 million in sales tax. I am not for high taxes in general, let me be clear about that, but for an 8-block or a 23-acre downtown, the city will thus be able to generate substantial revenue to the tune of millions of dollars annually, thus helping with the budget deficit problem that our city is currently facing, more from a long-term vision perspective. Let's work together to relocate the courthouse and build a great modern downtown in the Franklin Square area. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And we will wipe down once again.
Next speaker is Adam Thompson, and he's on the phone.
Oh, we can, while we're wiping down, do we have anyone else in here?
Followed by Dan Ondrasek.
Okay. Can we take our online? Yes, please. Take Anna, please. And then we'll have Dan. Thank you. Anna, go ahead, please. I think she's been unmuted.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Hardy, council members, and city staff. My name is Adam Thompson. I see this as a great opportunity to continue the progress to restore Santa Clara's downtown while providing a win-win for the state of California and residents. The specific plan currently being developed, along with other tools such as zoning and entitlements, have the ability to create value for the state by increasing their land value and ultimately opening up options to deal with the need to relocate the courthouse. Using some of these tools to change the land use to a higher density of housing will help the state, region, and city meet the much needed goals of creating more housing in the area. Creating more housing has been a focus of many state and local officials over the past many years. There is even a great opportunity to work with the state to leverage their ownership to create a project that would offer a large number of affordable units. This is an opportunity for the state to show their commitment to the goals that they've set by working with local officials in the community to change the use of an underutilized site. This is all just a great idea, but it's where it all starts. Creativity and determination from the community and city leadership showed us that complex land issues could be solved. Currently, you heard tonight that the city is in the final process of obtaining an easement for the current return of Franklin Street, something that most people in this community and outside thought would never be possible. Providing the direction to city staff to start the conversation with the state allows the opportunity for creativity and collaboration to work again to solve the large issue that still looms over completing our vision to restoring our downtown. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Appreciate that. Dan, I believe we finished cleaning. Yes. You may come to the podium now.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, Council, City Management, and staff. I want to thank you for also to echo what Bob just said, to reconsider this. I just want to restate one of Rod's requests on August 18th. We would respectfully like to request 2 members of the Downtown Task Force attend these conversations with the state and county. This is not meant as an oversight of the processes of the city. As Adam just mentioned, Manuel did, and Adam did an incredible job with the easement, but rather a way for those of us involved who've been involved in the last 4 years to help make this a win-win for all. As Adam just stated, we have ideas that if executed could benefit the state, the county, the city, and most importantly, the citizens' needs and wants. We're not experts, but we've been studying this, these 10 blocks for about 4 years now, and have talked to other downtowns about best practices. We know there's a huge demand on city staff time. We're willing and able to add value to get this achieved. Thank you guys again.
Thank you so much. I don't see anyone else. Is there anyone out in the foyer or that wants to come up and speak?
We have 2 more that are online.
But we have online. Wonderful.
And following these, I have 2 e-comments if no one else raises their hand.
Okay.
This is Carter Fullhorst.
Hi, all. Can everyone hear me?
Thank you, Carter. Please.
Hi, my name is Carter Fullhorst. I live at 320 Crestview Drive, Santa Clara. I'm a lifelong resident here, and I want to make an observation and ask a question of this council. it seems to me that this council is generally apathetic about downtown. The reason I have heard is that there is no council representative for for District 5. This is not a District 5 issue. This is a Santa Clara issue. And while I live in District 6 and I am not in District 5, I am embarrassed that my city doesn't have a downtown. I believe Campbell, Los Gatos, Sunnyvale, Mountain View, and Saratoga all have downtowns. This is being in an election year. This being an election year, I am listening to what each candidate is saying and what each candidate will actually do to return a wonderful downtown to Santa Clara. My question that I pose to the council is, why isn't the council more proactive about returning a downtown to Santa Clara? You seem to have time for multiple other developments, even during the COVID crisis. I would like an answer to this question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fulhurst. Do we have anyone else on the line?
Caller with the last four digits, 4907.
4907, please.
Hello there. This is Anthony Becker, a resident of Santa Clara. I just want to say to our council, good job. I mean, you guys are being proactive. You're coming together for a common cause. So don't take your foot off the gas. Please don't. We're in the right motion right now. But it's really sad that there hasn't been a downtown for any of our residents to go to for all these years. But this is our first major step. Move that courthouse. So I'm very proud of all of you. This is proof that communication works. This is bridge building, not bridge burning. The state should be proud of this and on board with this, because we're trying to recreate our heart. It's a perfect place for retail, housing, the heart of our city, and close to our transit stations. So please include the Reclaiming Downtown group on this. And I think this is a win-win for our community and all the residents of Santa Clara. Just as the last speaker said and Mr. Thompson said, this is for the community. This is for our residents, and this is for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Becker.
Two more speakers, Herbie Batia, followed by Kevin Park on the phone.
Was that Herbie? Okay.
Hi there, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Just
please,
confirming
we
before
can
I
hear
start
you. Go
speaking.
ahead.
Okay, hi. Hi. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for putting this on the agenda today. And I think we've seen plenty of reasons to encourage that we start revitalizing all parts of our city. And downtown is clearly very special to many of our residents. So all I want to make sure I emphasize is we must keep the ball rolling on this. It is not a question of if we have a District 5 council member or not. This is a citywide benefit. It brings jobs, it brings destinations for our residents to visit, it creates housing, and it creates a place for everyone to thrive. My request is that we actually put a schedule down, even if it's a loose one, of what are the major steps to be taken, so it doesn't feel like everybody's coming one at a time on every step. It'd be very nice if there's a broader schedule, even if it is a tentative one. And secondly, revitalizing the downtown is not something we need to do just in a vacuum. So having a task force and 2 members of the task force be part of that communication and engagement with the state, county, and city, I think is an excellent way to show collaboration and also ensure that the best outcome is determined. So I would like to really suggest that we keep this going and make sure that we think ahead, we have a plan, and we support the development of the downtown.
Thank you, Ms. Batia. Next is Kevin Park.
Actually, it's the initials KP.
Oh, sorry.
Hello?
Mr. Park, yes, please.
Yes, but it is Kevin Park. And I also want you to live long and thrive. Anyways, as one of the previous speakers pointed out, this issue is really to support a downtown. And I fully support the study of the area for the purposes of a better downtown. But I don't want the courthouse move to contribute to an XY problem where we think the focus is the move, and the downtown is forgotten or deemed, or the move is deemed sufficient. While we're discussing property, have we also discussed land swaps for the apartments behind the courthouse? I mean, there are a lot of issues. Have we talked to the owners of the properties about how they would help develop the downtown? I mean, there are a lot of discussions that need to be made, and I feel that having representatives from the downtown group at the meetings may help prevent the focus of these actions from getting lost, and also drive the issues that give us a better downtown, not just the proximate steps of moving a courthouse or, you know, doing other development. So that would be my ask. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Park. Do we have any other callers on the line, please?
I don't show any more callers. I do have 2 e-comments.
Yes, if we have some e-comments, would the Assistant City Clerk please read those?
First comment is from Susan Hinton. It states the following: I oppose wasting everybody's time on this odd effort. Though I support the idea of recreating a downtown for the city, I am listed as a supporter. I fail to see how removing the county courthouse enhances the area. Funny enough, no one is demanding that the U.S. Post Office move. Both the post office and the courthouse offer necessary governmental services, and I would think that the city of Santa Clara would want to keep them both. End of comment. The next comment is from Frank Lemon. It states the following: it's essential to relocate the county courthouse to enable the full 6 city-owned blocks to be redeveloped as a whole. We want a cohesive downtown redevelopment, starting with the 6 blocks which will become available once the leases come due in 2022. If the courthouse remains as is, it will block the reconnection of Main Street, which is essential to reestablishing the downtown area on the original grid. End of comment.
Thank you. I have no one else on the line. There's no one in the foyer. Then are we coming? All right, I will go back to council. I have hands from Councilmember Davis and then Councilmember Watanabe, please.
Oh, thank you, Vice Mayor. I wanted to address, I think, what's his name? Bob O'Keefe, sorry. I forgot your name. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. You brought up the fact that you wanted to have representation come back to council, and I 100% agree with you, because at the last meeting, I was trying to read 4 items that I wanted staff to address, and they did all 3 of them that I did get out, except the one thing was about the chair and vice chair being elected to the task force and being able to come under a special order of business to the council to give updates. And Manuel Pineda and Deanna Santana did an excellent job of showing the timeline, the amount of time that we've been spending on the downtown, and the schedule that happened, and the timeline that is going forward. So I would like to ask staff if we could have the election of the chair and vice chair, so that these people from the task force would be able to address council like other commissions do, and come back with us with their concerns, and letting us know what is really going on. And to address the thing about the District 5 person, definitely I think we are going to, we will have someone in November which will help with that, because I think that having that person to be able to directly talk to is a good thing, not a bad thing. And I also wanted to thank you, staff, once again for doing an excellent job of showing that we are making this a priority and that we are moving forward. And I did have one comment for Brian. Why are planning commissioners, if they're speaking to this downtown, do they have to recuse themselves now because they came forward today to speak? Can you answer that question for me?
Just a minute, council's ready to do that. And please, Councilmember Davis, remember we are speaking to the motion. If you want to make another motion after this, that is possible, but we're speaking to the motion of sending the letter and directing staff to continue. Brian, did you want to answer that?
I don't even know. I'm not even sure what the question is. So
if I understood it,
the question is, planning commissioners have to review stuff. If they're coming to council and they're calling in and they're making commentary on projects, are they allowed to do that? Because they're not identifying themselves as planning commissioners.
Anybody can make a comment. I mean, I don't think there's a problem with that. And I didn't hear anybody identify themselves as a planning commissioner. So I'm really having trouble understanding what the question is.
Council.
Maybe you could call me and we could discuss it and I could understand what your question is.
Okay. We'll take that
Thank you.
offline. Thank
All
you.
right.
I appreciate that, Council.
I
have Councilmember Chahal speaking on the motion, your motion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I just want to recap, we heard our residents speak about it, and there were so many good comments. Adam Thompson mentioned, we have unlimited options. Like once we start this process, we will come up with some options, and you never know what is the best option. We might have a public-private partnership for that particular lot, or state might give us some headway. So that's such a nice comment when we are starting this process. And Dan's request to include the monthly task force for a meeting. So I did propose that, and as Manuel already mentioned, that we will be having a monthly meeting going forward. So I think they can put their feedback into those monthly meetings, which can be heard by the council, and if they want to present to the council. And same thing applies to Herbie's comment about the schedule. So the task force and the city staff meetings, monthly meetings, can bring forward the tentative schedule so that we keep this thing on the top of our agenda so that we can bring our downtown back as soon as possible. And with that, I would
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal. I'd like to have the Assistant City Clerk please restate the motion, and I will call for the vote.
The motion is to direct staff to send the drafted letter and formally begin the process to relocate the courthouse, have active discussions with the Judicial Council, return to council to discuss a budget strategy, and a report from the Department of General Services.
Thank you so much. I will please call for the vote.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes. Thank you. That passes with 5 yes votes and the mayor recusing herself. We will need to, that is the last item specific, but we will need to take a short recess to clean this area so that I can have the mayor return. Thank you.
of members and special committees. Council members have any reports? Okay, seeing none, city manager, executive director reports.
Mayor, I just want to announce that we are receiving information from the National Weather Service that we are expecting extreme heat for the Labor Day weekend, and so we will be looking at putting in place cooling centers and get some information out.
Okay, very good. So you'll let the public know and let us all know before the weekend then. Okay, so stay tuned. They're supposed to be, right, triple digits this weekend, so everyone needs to stay as cool as possible for good health. All right, seeing no other items, is there a motion to adjourn? I don't have any adjournments this evening, so is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Is there a motion and a second? I think that was Councilmember Chahal and Councilmember Davis. O'Neill. By the way, you sound much better today, so thank you for changing your audio, Councilmember O'Neill. All right, so the motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes, and thank you for unmuting me again.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal.
Yes.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and why did we unmute Councilmember Davis, right? Okay.
You be all the time. I don't know.
Meeting is adjourned. Glad I came back for this. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.
They're saying 102 for Monday and 100 for Sunday.